Kayleen. Kayleen, can you hear me? I'm just checking the mic. Yes or no? Second mic. Yes or no? Awesome.
Okay, checking. Am I good? Can you hear me? Yes? Perfect. Okay.
We want to welcome everyone out to the Weber County Fair. We're getting ready in just a few minutes to start our hog show at the Weber County Junior Livestock Show. This morning we are going to get started in just a few minutes. We need our Class 1 of senior showmen on deck: Cole Taylor, Ty Brisky, Wyatt Rasmussen, Isabella LeMasters, Brevin Kay, Caitlin Worley, Rylan Doak, Avery Sanders, Shay McClure, and Garrett Jakes on deck in the holding area. Class 2, please be in the rear holding area. We're going to get started in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome you out to our Hog Show today. I'd like to introduce Miss Caitlin King for the singing of the national anthem. If you could please rise.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Caitlin. Let's get started with the Hog Show. We're getting ready to round up our Class 1 of Senior Hog Showmen coming into the ring. In Class 1, we have Cole Taylor, Ty Brisky, Wyatt Rasmussen, Isabella LeMasters, Brevin Kay, Caitlin Worley, Rylan Doak, Avery Sanders, Shay McClure, and Garrett Jakes. This is your Class 1 of Senior Hog Showmen. Your Hog Show today is sponsored by Classical Strings. We want to give them a big thank you for being with us today. Classical Strings, our Hog Show sponsor. And our Hog Show superintendents today are Josh and Jamie Jakes. I don't know anyone that can fix a waterer quite like Josh can. So we want to thank them for being with us. In the ring right now is your Class 1 of Senior Hog Showmanship.
Hey, good morning, everybody. We don't want to wear these hogs out this morning, so we're gonna be kind of quick as we work through our showmanship heats and pull back the top 2 or 3 or maybe more if we find them as we work through our senior group this morning. Keeping in mind that these hogs have to come back for the heat for the overall senior winner, and then they'll be showing again for the market show. It's a lot of work for them, even though we got this just glorious morning today in terms of weather. It's still going to get hot for these hogs. We got a few individuals that are just a little more consistent at staying in front of me, getting those hogs back and forth, keeping them moving, keeping their heads up the best that hog skeleton will allow, and so those are my individuals that are going to come back. We like to see hogs moving, right? We like to see them moving in big spaces, in open spaces, where I don't have to look through another hog to find your hog. We want to make those turns gradual and smooth versus getting on their nose and stopping them and then turning them. Think about figure eights and Z's as you move around the ring. But a really nice job by a good group. One of my individuals that does a nice job of staying in the open spaces is the young man with the Duroc barrow there. He does a really nice job of working the front end of that hog, continuing to move. He's going to be one of my callbacks. One of my most consistent movers across the ring today, just going to the open spaces, staying in front of me, is the belted Hamp right here. That young man's going to be a callback, so congratulations to him. The narrow belted or the off belted one right here, boy, I like the way that hog moves around the ring. He guides that hog, good turn right there, right? You saw his transition from side to side. That hog never stopped. That hog, he doesn't have to remind that hog too often to go. He just turns him where he wants him to go. Really, really nice job. If I was going to bring back one more this morning, it would be the young lady over there with the blue butt. It's right in the center of the making her way across the ring. But we're going to call back 3 this morning, and let's give those guys a big round of applause. Nice first heat today. Good job, buddy. See you in a minute. Good job today. Thank you. Good job.
Returning for the championship drive out of Class 1, Garrett Jakes, Ty Brisky, and Cole Taylor. In the ring next is our Heat 2 of 5 senior showmanship heats. In the ring we have Bailey Fife, Owen Orrock, Austin Barrow, Nick Brisky, Bennett Leff, Talia Fowers, Riley Kiesel, Taylor Jenkins, Cambry Martin, Roe Rasmussen, and Madison Bogus.
Another really good group. Let's give them a round of applause this morning. Looking for those hogs that stay in front of me the most consistently, stay out of traffic, moving. When they turn, they don't drop their heads. They stay on the move at all times, giving me a chance to evaluate. When the judge walks over here and kind of closes the ring, I like those exhibitors that are able to maneuver in this small space over here as they work and stay right there, stay relevant in my mind as I'm making my evaluations. These are my top three this morning. Do a really good job. We didn't pin the first class, but we're going to use those pins now. Do a really good job. The two young ladies stay in front of me very well, consistent. Their turns are they drive through their turns. Young man kind of worked his way through traffic whenever I closed the ring over here. He was easily the one that handled that move the best, stayed in front of me. I like his intensity. Good group. Congratulations to all of them. Keep these hogs cool this morning, and we look forward to seeing you back the next time you're in the ring.
Returning from Class 2 for the championship drive, Bailey Fife, Austin Barrow, and Cambry Martin. We're bringing our Heat 3 of Senior Showmanship in the ring next. We have 5 heats of Senior Hog Showmanship today, and that will be followed by our Senior Grand Drive. Coming in the ring from Heat 3, Gabriella Flint, Emma Whitaker, Holly Bitten, Claire Wainsgard, Tessa Walker, Joshua Hollingsworth, Adeline Stalker, Jersey Bennett, McKiley Rouser, Clara McCormick, and Carden Clem. This is your Heat 3 of Senior Showmen coming in the ring. We want to thank some of our show sponsors this week. You can see their banners hung around the arena. Corner Fix, Champion Meats, Josh and Sherry Abelman, Golden West Credit Union, Smith & Edwards, OMS of Utah, Scott Breeding Painting, Thurgood Excavating. Our show sponsor today, Classical Strings, Wheeler Machinery, O'Pikins Goats, Blossom Flower Farm, and the sponsor of our Carcass contest all week, Bridgerland Applied Technology College, the Meats Department. We want to thank so many of our sponsors for helping us make this show possible for our kids. In the ring right now is your Heat 3 of Senior Showmanship, Gabriella Flint, Emma Whitaker, Holly Bitten, Claire Wainsgard, Tessa Walker, Joshua Hollingsworth, Adeline Stalker, Jersey Bennett, McKiley Rouser, Clara McCormick, and Carden Clem.
Another really good group. I'll take a minute before I let them out of the ring and talk to each one of them. This young lady right here does a really good job of keeping the pig in motion. I love her placement, hip to hip with that pig. I like the way she works the head of that belted bear there. Maybe at times he just wanted to drift to that corner, he doesn't want to take that turn. She has to work that head just a little bit harder, and he really slows down his pace whenever she has to say, hey, we're not going to negotiate this. You're going to turn that way, just like he's kind of doing right now. And the other three made just a little bit smoother turns there, even with the screaming pig there. That one's making a little bit better turns. The young lady with the solid black bear, that guy's always moving, right? I mean, he likes to get out and go. He's high energy, but he spent a little bit too much time over here. He darted away from you, made you work. One time he runs right past me, and then it takes you a few minutes to get back. Young lady right here is doing a good job, just not quite as smooth as the other ones as they come and go. The other ones just didn't spend enough time in front of me as we work our way. This one right here is always on the move, made some good turns, but at the same time, you've been to all corners of the ring this morning, so that wears that hog out just a little bit quicker than the other ones. Really good job. I'll try to visit with them as they leave. Let's give them a round of applause. Top three over here do a nice job. The two young ladies that came into the ring. The first one, man, she worked and navigated that traffic really, really well. She goes back and forth. She saw me watching and tracking her, and then she came right to me, turned and went away from me, and then went back and forth. And then she came and did all that through the traffic. As other hogs kind of hit head-to-head with hers, she'd slow them down, make a turn. Really, really good job. The eye contact and the consistency and placement of the narrow-belted one was really good. Nice and smooth, even though we knew that hog we'd lit a fuse on that blue butt that was going to go off. You know, at certain time that hog would run out of energy. She stayed calm and moved that hog. That's a good showman there. Congratulations to those three. Get them water. Look forward to seeing that one. Good job today. Hey, good job, buddy. Just on the fence a little bit too much, okay?
Returning out of Heat 3 for the championship drive, Tessa Walker, Emma Whitaker, and Holly Bitton. As we clear the ring today, we'd like to thank some of our sponsors around the arena. You can see their banners: General RV, Higley Excavating and Trucking, Atkinson Sound, Cal Ranch Stores, MSCI Builds, Diggin' It Excavating, Erica Higley Real Estate, Yardmasters, Marriott Construction, Mike Schultz, Hydro Jug, Haney and Company Accounting, QBM Services, Little Mountain Ranch Supply, and Heritage Craft Homes. We appreciate all of the businesses that are sponsoring us today. Our show sponsor for the Hog Show this week is Classical Strings. The cut and wrap on the Grand Champion Hog has been donated by Circle V Meats. We want to remind everyone that tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. we have our junior livestock auction. All these good hogs will be on sale. So if you love bacon, sausage, pork chops, look around the ring, pick one out, and come back tomorrow to fill your freezer. We'd love to have your support of any of these good showmen tomorrow at 9 a.m. at our junior livestock auction. In the ring right now is your Heat 4 of Senior Showmanship: Addison Howard, Canyon Chug, Daxon Egbert, Brock Skady, Brinkley Fife, Colby Lambert, Lisa Penman, Wesley Johnson, Hallie Peterson, Emery McCormick, and Braylon Mayero. This is your Heat 4 of Senior Showman. We have one more heat to go before our grand drive.
We got some runners in this group that are going corner to corner. Talk to them a lot about going to those open spaces as they work across the ring. Go to those open spaces. Like these two hogs driving right here, if the judge is standing. The one that's over there, I've got to slow him down or speed him up or turn him because I can't judge him if I'm looking through another pig. So you're giving somebody the advantage in showmanship, which is me seeing your pig as you move them across. When they stop and you got to get up on their heads and turn them, remember, hogs don't turn unless they're moving, just like the pickup truck. You can't turn it if you're not going. If you stop them and then tell them to turn, all they're thinking is put their head down deeper into the shavings. So whenever they stop, you got to tell them to go before you tell them to turn. Hip to hip, faces and flanks as you work your way across the ring. Go to those open spaces. Good job. We got a lot of squealing pigs. Keep them cool the rest of the morning. It's going to be a good day for a pig show.
Returning out of Heat 4 for the championship drive, Canyon Chug, Brinkley Fife, and Hallie Peterson. In the ring next, we have our Heat 5 of Senior Showmanship. This is our 5th and final heat before we move on to our Senior Grand Drive. In the ring right now, we have Maylee Fowers, Mikkel Bell, Kate Marriott, Rendon Jacob, Emily Jacobs, Brody Scaddy, Avery Martin, Coulter Rasmussen, Bridget Graham, and Olivia Patillo. This is your Heat 5 of Senior Showmanship. We want to thank our on-call veterinarian this week, Dr. Tyson Wayment. He's been with us all week and we sure appreciate his help. Remember, if you believe your animal needs medical care, please contact your superintendent who will get a hold of the veterinarian if it's needed. But thank you, Dr. Tyson Wayment, for being with us this week.
we bring this last class of seniors in, and the hogs are moving, and some of them are tiptoeing around, and some of them are running. So it just kind of depends on how their feet feel this morning. This young man right here does a nice job with his turns. I wish that hog would get out and go with a little more just aggressive nature about him. He's kind of tiptoeing around as he walks, and you know, we kind of got to ask him to turn, and then he does it, and he's responsive, but at the same time, it just seems a little slow for me. I like a little bit more pace. Same time, on the other end of that, we got some hogs that are kind of darting and running from end to end, and the exhibitors are chasing them. So we like to stay a little bit more on top of them. Again, I love your position hip to hip and turning that pig, but just a little more aggressive nature might get you into the top 3 this morning. Really good job of getting these hogs out here, getting some experience. This group's pretty energetic and maybe not as responsive as some of them. They're going to jam us into the corners. Let's keep them hydrated today and as we go through the morning and the other showmanship, so they'll be ready for the market show. We got 3 exhibitors over here that do a nice job with the pigs. The young lady that was the last pin, she does a really good job with the eye contact and the speed of that pig. Maybe we need to stay in front of him instead of off my shoulder. I like the way that she stays out of traffic there, but at the same time, give me a little more attention. The young lady in the middle pin there in pin 2, that black pig is not going to be the fastest moving one based on his feet there, but she does a really good job of keeping him in the center of the ring back and forth. I like her turns in my first pin there. Very smooth as she went about the ring, made some really good turns through traffic there. I like the way she navigated those moves. If we can get those pigs some water over there in the pins, and we'll just bring them back into the ring from over there as we start the senior side.
Returning from Heat 5 into the championship drive, Olivia Patillo, Avery Martin, and Emily Jenkins. This is your Senior Hog Showmanship Grand Champion Drive. In the ring, out of Heat 1, Cole Taylor, Ty Brisky, and Garrett Jakes. In the ring from Heat 2, Bailey Fife, Austin Barrow, and Cambry Martin. In the ring from Heat 4, Canyon Chug, Brinkley Fife, and Hallie Peterson. And in the ring from Heat 5, Olivia Patillo, Avery Martin, and Emily Jenkins. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give this grand drive a big round of applause for making it back here.
Hey, we bring a big group back for our finals, and so we get out here and we make everybody navigate a little bit of traffic. I'm going to make this kind of we had a finals, and then we have our top 8 over here, and we're going to bring those back. The young lady, real quick, that hog just didn't want to get out and travel like, and bounce across on the ring, and so he kind of tires out. I love the way you move around the ring. You're very conscious of his strengths and his weakness. The young man with the small, narrow-belted pig does a really good job, just gets hung up in traffic. The blue pig just wants to scream a little bit, fight you just a little bit, and it's not because of the noise that it makes that it doesn't get the pin there, but I like what you do, just kind of fight it on the pin. Same thing for the red hog back there. It just wants to fight sometimes on the pin. This hog just gets kind of nose to nose, head to T-bone some pigs, kind of gets right into the middle, and you got to stop and reset that pig. This one right here is close. I mean, you make some good moves, but you kind of go to the fence a little too often. He gets to the corner, and then you come back to me. I want to see a little more consistent back and forth. Really good trips by all these exhibitors. Let's give them a big round of applause. Hopefully they got time to get their hogs back, come back real quick, and watch some more showmanship. An outstanding group today. We're just for logistics and working a big crowd. We'll go ahead and dismiss them and work these top 8 a little bit longer. Thank you. Good job, guys. we work through our classes pretty quick, our heats pretty quick, and then we get them out here, and I don't want to veer too far from that idea and not wear these guys out this morning, because we got some good hogs out here. They're going to have a long day, and so let's make it happen pretty quick as these four drive right here. Our 8th place exhibitor over here. I know we're just recognizing the top 4, but I like these guys, and I wanted them to come back out and showcase their skills just a little bit. Young man does a good job with that hog. His intensity is spot on. I love the way that he comes to me with some aggressive kind of nature. That hog just ducked his head and got into the dirt just a few too many times and stopped. These guys out here are a little bit more nonstop. The young man in 7th, that hog will go wherever we want him to. At times, I'd like to see you just be a little more aggressive back closer to me. I like the way you stay back out of the traffic and then keeping his nose just a little bit higher into the air. The young lady right here, she's got the right showmanship skills, but maybe she's not driving the right truck today to win a showmanship contest. That guy just didn't have the long-term motor. It's a good hog. She's a great showman, but just didn't have the speed and that ability to go to those places that she wanted to take him with the same nature that these 4 that continue to drive out here did today. But, man, I can tell it means a ton to her, and it means a lot that she brought a hog, and with that kind of skill, with her kind of skills today, congratulations to her. The young man right there in 5th, one of more inexperienced showmen, man, he can go wherever he wants with a hog. He's worked really good on that one's hair coat. I like the presentation of that one. He just gets to the fence a little bit too far. I'd like to see him a little more aggressive in his turns. And then we got 4 out here that are very similar. They're doing the same good things. They're staying hip to hip with these pigs. Not that we weren't over there. I'm just pointing out some things as we get into our intermediates that we like to see. Hip to hip, faces and flanks as they turn these pigs, keeping them moving, driving all the way, all the time they're moving. If we can keep those noses up just a little bit and show a little bit better shoulder angle, then that's even a more positive. You can see that they're doing more times, spending more time turning than they are going. The hogs know that we're walking. No, we're not walking hogs. We're driving hogs to the judge, and so these hogs know that from the steps that they've taken. What's another similarity out here? We all got good, fresh skin and hair, and I like that about them as we come out to a show and be a show pig. We want to have a little presentation about us, and I like that about each one of our exhibitors. Some of them are just a tick better than the others. I like the way you're using back and forth, back and forth. The hogs want to get shoulder to shoulder, right? As they drive, they're more comfortable. They like to get shoulder to shoulder and nose to each other. And so driving out of those spaces where you're on your own, that's when the judge is going to see you. Go to the open spaces. Don't get hip to hip. We're not trying to make a train here. We're trying to just keep everybody separated, and I like the way that we go about it. Young lady right here with the narrow-belted pig is going to be 4th today. She does a tremendous job. Maybe if there's anything that distinguishes her from the other one, that hog and her, if we could get that one's head up just a little bit. I know that hog's shoulder is just made a little bit differently, but she does a really good job navigating the traffic all day long. Like what she does. Congratulations to her. Young lady over here is going to be 3rd. Does a really nice job driving that pig. Just like right then, sometimes that hog, we have to say turn, 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 whereas the other ones are just a touch quicker and more responsive about those turns. But he never stops. He never stops. You don't touch him on his flank very often. He just goes. He just goes. They don't come that way. You've got to teach them to do that. And so you've done your steps to get them to that point. Great job today. Congratulations. We got 2 that sort their way to the top it's nonstop. I mean, they've got good control of these pigs. They go to the open spaces. They keep their shoulders right. They keep their noses right. Those hogs don't get into the dirt ever whenever they're moving around the ring. They don't stop ever. They make their turns without getting nose to nose. When we stop and we dance and we turn those pigs, they're going to duck their head. If we can drive through the turns, then the hog's going to look better than if we stop and put our nose down into the dirt. Or if we get in front of them, we lose control. If you always stay hip to hip, between the hip and the shoulder, and as you turn, you're going to look back. That hog's going to stay what they look like going across the ring, gliding across the ring, they're going to look the same way through their turns. They do the best job turning their pigs consistently. And so that's where they sort their way to the top. Good skin and hair, good feet and legs as they move across the ring today. Nicely done. Very, very nice trip across the ring today by these two exhibitors. Get excited. We pinned the first young lady really quick. We pinned this one really quick because I knew that these hogs were going to have a long day. So congratulations to them. Which one wins today? Which one's reserved? They're both really, really good today. You'll be our reserve today. You'll be our champion. Congratulations.
Your grand champion, senior hog showman, Tessa Walker. Your reserve champion, senior hog showman, Hallie Peterson. Your third place overall, senior hog showman, Olivia Patillo. And your fourth place overall, senior hog showman, Cambry Martin. Let's give all these kids coming out of the ring a big round of applause for making it back to our senior grand drive. This is a competitive group of kids, and we're proud of them for what they do. We're going to take just a few minutes to set up and take our pictures, and then we will start with our Intermediate Showmanship Class 1. Intermediate Class 1, please make sure you're in the holding area. Intermediate Class 1. Congratulations again to our grand champion, senior hog showman, Tessa Walker. And our senior reserve champion hog showman, Hallie Peterson. We want to thank some of our show sponsors today. As we look around the ring, we have lots of banners up. These are the people that are financially making our show happen, and we appreciate their support. Anderson Livestock Auction, Challenger Pallets, Northrop Grumman, Howling Concrete, Oral X, Diamond K Animal Health and Farrier Supply, Nilsson Homes, Rachel Bitten Real Estate, Les Schwab Tires, Camping World, Burton Lumber, Geneva Rock, and Best Western High Country Inn. Our intermediate Class 1 in the ring, Royce McMullen, Autumn Pfeiffer, Clayton Balding, Boston Thompson, Ruby Crum, Max R. Whitaker, Malin Hales, Cheyenne Hadlock, Braden White, and Easton Forsberg. We have 5 heats of intermediates today coming in our ring, followed by our intermediate grand drive.
good group of intermediates to start off with. The Black Hogs making a lot of noise out here and making the young man work up a sweat as he goes from corner to corner. We got to stay in the middle of the ring. This one over here, the young man came and he's covered a lot of miles in just his brief trip into the ring. We'd like to keep a little more consistent movement. These two young ladies right here, they're out here and we're trying to kind of figure it out as we just need to come to the judge just a little bit quicker. This one, this big hog spent too much time kind of on my back, from behind me, as did the one over there working the fence. Young lady with a really good hair-coated pig that looks like a show pig that's going to have a competitive chance today whenever it comes out in a lighter weight class. That pig needs to be in front of me. You need to be more aggressive about driving to me. You're over here in the corner, and then I lost you for a good portion. You got to come back to me. I'm not always going to, in a showmanship contest, if you're behind me, I'm not going to find you. So you got to go to the judge, as we say. Go to the open spaces, go to the judge. Let's dismiss that group. Nicely done. Let's give our first group of intermediates a big round of applause. Go to the open spaces, keep them moving. Good job with his hair. Come to me a little bit quicker.
Your Heat 1 of Intermediate Hog Showmanship, returning for the championship drive, Clayton Balding, Max Whitaker, and Malin Hales. Heat 2 of our Intermediate Hog Showmanship is in the ring. Our exhibitors in this class are Carson Westergaard, Emma Smith, Miles Holmes, Morgan Howard, Nash Hunnam, Kaylee Campbell, Nash Moyes, Trayson Malone, and Berkeley Clem. This is your Heat 2 of Intermediate Showmanship today. We want to thank Classical Strings for sponsoring our hog show today.
Good group of intermediates today. This young man over here, I like his eye contact. I like where he's at. I need to see that pig moving just a little bit more. The young man over here with the predominantly black pig, he made a lot of good moves, but at the same time, that pig kind of left me a few times. That gilt gets out and goes, kind of drifts back to the fence there just a little too often, but he's right there. He's close. The young lady right here, that pig's so social. That barrel wants to beat everybody out here today. She keeps stopping. I mean, he goes head to head. He's sniffing around and trailing everything that's out here. He didn't keep that barrel moving well enough, just like he is right there. He's kind of doing that over and over. That's not your fault, but from a showmanship standpoint, keep him out of the traffic and away from those situations best you can. Made some good turns here. Stayed too far back on the fence with the little belt of gilt right there. Some good exhibition here. One of the tougher, more competitive classes that we've had in any age group so far today. these are my top three. Do a really nice job. Some good turns by them, young ladies. Got a lot of eye contact and intensity, stayed out of the traffic. The two young men made some good turns. The middle one there really stayed really close to me. Don't crowd me too much, but at the same time, I appreciate you being in front of me and coming back over and over and over. Good job by this group. A lot of fun there. Nice workout.
Your Heat 2 of Intermediate Showmanship. Top 3 returning for the Grand Champion Drive. Miles Holmes, Emma Smith, and Nash Hannum. So we have some more fun-filled jokes for you today as we clear the ring. First up, what do pigs ask for on their burgers? Piggles. I didn't say they were good jokes. I just said they were jokes. Okay, apparently we need another one because we've got to have a round of applause for Josh Jakes here. He is our pooper scooper extraordinaire as he preps the wing. Let's get a big round of applause for Josh and Jamie Jakes because they are running our show today. We sure appreciate them. Our class 3 of intermediate showmen are walking in the ring right now. Bridger Bennett, Easton Howard, Boston Forsberg, Hazen Halling, Henry Hale, Maylee Egbert, Peyton McClure, Bo Bradshaw, and Kensley Cummings are in the ring. This is your Heat 3 of 5 in our intermediate showmanship.
man, these intermediates today are doing just a really good job. At one point, we had every hog in this heat driving right in front of me, cutting down the ring into about a third of its size, going back and forth in front of me. Really, really nice job. Young man over here with the big belted pig does a nice job of moving that pig. Sometimes we have to get pretty aggressive with that whip to be responsive, for that pig to be responsive to him, but he does a nice job. I like his eye contact. I like the way he keeps that pig moving. Young man with the red gilt right here, at times he gets on the wrong side of me. He comes right in front of me, and he stayed on between me and his pig and just kind of tiptoed across. I'd like to see him switch sides a little more aggressively there. Turns, whenever we get in front of their nose there, we want to work on driving through those turns with that narrow-belted hog there. Right here, that hog just fights his head just a little bit. Young man over there, that's the one pig that challenged us the most, corner to corner, but you did a good job of staying in front of me. Really nice group right here. This pig came out with a lot of energy. You got him calmed down. That gilt's relaxed and driving like a show gilt now. Really, really good group. Let's give them a round of applause this morning. I like what I see from a showmanship standpoint. I got my top three over there. Did the best job of making those turns and staying in front of me, staying out of the traffic. Really, really good job.
Your Heat 2. Heat 3. Sorry, got off. Your Heat 3, returning to the championship round. Hazen Howling, Kensley Cummings, and Boston Forsberg. In the ring next is your fourth heat of intermediate showmanship. In Heat 4, Cameron Thompson, Skylie McCormick, Preston Rasmussen, Emery Hummel, Addison Shanafelt, Brooks Fife, Peyton Graham, and Hazel Wainsgard.
another good group of intermediates. Hey, sometimes we come out here and we're trying to develop our style, right? You know, like how we're going to go about things, what we're going to do with, where we're going to stand, where we're going to use, what we're going to do with our offhand. I think we've got two hands in a pig show for a reason. I think we've got that brush in our pocket for a reason. So it's okay to take that offhand that we have behind our back, or even our hand that's open, and we can use that hand from time to time. Take that brush and use that as part of one of your tools. If you need that pig to go, then you can kind of tap him with that brush. If you need that brush, it's back there for a reason, to do some brushing, right? So that hand behind our back, sometimes that looks a little awkward for us, and we've got it there for a reason. I like the hogs that stay in front of us, right? And where do we do that best? Hip to hip, faces and flanks. So if we touch the pig on the flank with our tool right there, that's where they're going to go. Whenever we hit them up underneath their tail, that's when they're going to run, or that's when they're not as they've got a lot of muscle back there. The most sensitive spot is right here in their flank. So if you'll tell them to go by flanks, tell them to turn by faces, that's the most consistent way to turn a pig if you're standing from their hip to their shoulder. So good job by this group. This young lady, that pig's just kind of got his nose in the dirt a little bit. Young man with the belted pig, there was times where you were right where you needed to be, and then that pig started battling you a little bit. He's kind of gasping for some air. The Duroc took some big circles. You were on the edges just a little bit too much. This pig right here, nice job staying in the eye contact, smiling with me. You know, like you were interacting with me very well, but we got to make that pig get out and go just a little bit more. I want to evaluate his skeleton. The spotted gilt over there just spent too much time kind of going fence to fence. This one, a lot of knee action going on there. We want to work on those turns just a little bit. Good group, good workout, a lot of improvement there. And let's get those hogs back and cool them off. The ones that are coming back did the best job for me, turning, a lot of good eye contact, a lot of good steps, some good turns. I told the young man he doesn't have to go 5 paces and then turn, 5 paces and turn. He could enlarge his circle just a little bit there and still stay relevant and stay in front of me. Nice job by that group. Look, let's get those guys a drink of water and see you in the finals.
Your Heat 4 Intermediate Showmanship. Top 3 returning for our grand drive. Brooks Fife, Preston Rasmussen, and Skylie McCormick. Your Heat 5 of Intermediate Hog Showmanship is in the ring. This is our final heat of Hog Showmanship. In the ring, we have Hudson Hochmeister, Ridge Robinson, Cruz Fowers, Judd Hadlock, Ava Leff, Adeline Taylor, Allie Balding, William Parker, and Stetson Halverson. Following this, we will have our intermediate grand drive.
Wow, we've got a lot of these gentlemen that are out here in the ring that are doing a good job. Just getting some practice and some experience. The solid black pig wants to kind of go to the. We got two of them that want to go to the rail just a little bit. Talking about this one, just kind of fights you in battle. You work this gate, you work this side, but at the same time you were in front of me a lot as well. Just making the circle a little bigger than it needs to be. That black pig just doesn't want to get out and go. Just already kind of getting a little bit worked up, a little bit hot. Keep that one cool. I know we got a little while before it shows. This off-belted pig right here, just kind of darting and running from you. This young man right here with the chromed up pig, man, you're close. You're close. If your turns could have been just a little bit smoother, not quite having to get up into his face with your knee there. That one's close. If I had to pull back a fourth today, you would have been that one. Really good job. I like the way your eye contact and you stayed relevant and stayed close. You had to battle just a little bit more than the other ones did today. Good group right there. The ones that are coming back, the young lady in the pink bow there does a really nice job of being right where she needs to be. Good control of that pig. The young lady that is in the middle pen. At one point, she was the only pig in front of me and stayed there back and forth. That tells me good control there, good interaction with her project. I want to see that pig go, though. make him move a little bit faster, take a little more authoritative step as he goes across the ring. The last one that we pulled, that pig gets a little frantic at times, a little hectic. We got to slow down so that pig won't wear out on us. Nice job by this group. I look forward to the finals.
Your Grand Champion Drive finalists out of Heat 5, Adeline Taylor, Allie Balding, and Ava Leff. We're going to take just a second to reset in the back and get everybody brought out, and then we will go ahead and start our Intermediate Hog Grand Champion Drive. We want to thank some of our sponsors this week. Corner Fix. I don't know if you've stopped there yet, but I had one of the best BLTs of my life there the other day, and I am kind of a picky eater, so it was fabulous. And I only bring that up because bacon. Do you see all the bacon in the ring today? You too can own some of this fine bacon on the hoof. Saturday morning, 9 a.m., please sign up to be a buyer. Choose the hog that looks the tastiest and take it home, or buy it on the spread. We'd love to have your support. Other sponsors we have this week are Champion Meats, Josh and Sherry Abelman, Golden West Credit Union, Smith & Edwards, OMS of Utah, Scott Breeding Painting, Thurgood Excavating, Wheeler Machinery, O'Pikins Goats, Blossom Flower Farm, and Bridgerland Applied Technology College. Our Hog Show sponsor today is Classical Strings. In the ring now, we have our Intermediate Grand Champion Drive. Individuals we have in this drive are from Heat 1, Clayton Balding, Max Whitaker, and Malin Hales. From Heat 2, Emma Smith, Nash Hannum, and Miles Holmes. From Heat 3, Hazen Halling, Kensley Cummings, and Boston Forsberg. From Heat 4, Brooks Fife, Preston Rasmussen, and Skylie McCormick. And from Heat 5, Adeline Taylor, Allie Balding, and Ava Leff. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give this Grand Champion round the praise they deserve. Give them a round of applause. They have worked so hard to be in here today.
Hey, we're going to go ahead and dismiss this group and work our top 6 into our placing. Really, really nice job. I like what we're doing, a lot of positives. I think the top 6 just do it a little bit smoother, a little bit more, just more continuous. They don't stop. The pigs don't stop. The pigs don't make you work. You don't have to hit, or they make those turns. A lot of good things going on in this group. Congratulations for coming back to the finals. Keep these pigs cool. Come back and watch the little ones show and showmanship. Outstanding job. Let's give this group a big round of applause for being finalists today. we get out here in our finals. Really fun group. Easy to get wrapped up and just kind of let them keep working out here, because it's a lot of fun to watch the turns and the moves and the eye contact and how they handle certain situations. Hey, it's a real privilege to be a part of it. We already talked to the two young men right here about being 6th and 5th place today. They do a really good job. Let's give them a round of applause. So we're working these top 4 over here. We kind of, as we pinned them today, we didn't necessarily place them in any way or any preference. It's just kind of whenever I found you and liked what you were doing. We're going to work them 4, 3, 2, 1 here and talk about them as we go. The black pig's going to be 4th today. I wish that pig would get out and go with just a little more authority, with a little more just aggressive nature, but I think that's just because we're carrying a lot of extra weight. That pig, maybe of the top 4 here in the finals, spent more time behind me or working its way back to me, kind of pivoting on those rear 2 as it found and then decided to go. So I like to see the pigs not always moving. The more turns we can make without stopping, the better. But this young lady's got the right points. I mean, she's working the face, she's working the body. That pig's taking a lot of good steps. Her eye contact, her intensity is just right where it needs to be. Great job today. Congratulations to you. The young lady over here in the pink bow is going to be 3rd. Man, she does a really good job. And she's got a really cool way to make that pig turn. That tells me practice. Work wins, right? She places that whip across that guy's ear right there and says, turn, and he turns. And that's a quiet way to do it. Man, that's impressive. That means you've been working on that, because that's a hard thing to teach them without kind of reminding them. She does that very effortlessly. But at times that pig just, he'll want to stop on you, and then he'll want to kind of run on you, and you got to kind of fight his head just a little bit. So I think it takes away from those turns just ever so slightly. But from start to the end, you've done a tremendous job today. Congratulations to you. We got 2 left right here. They do a really good job. The young man, he just slowly kind of works his way to the top for me as far as this group goes. He just does so many things right. That pig does better in open spaces than he probably did in traffic today. But overall, I love his plan. Man, whenever you get out here and you can see that this is what they intended to do. It's not just kind of luck of the moment, but they planned for it. He's going to go back and forth. He saw me watching. He gave me 2 looks back and forth, and then he said, now I'm going to give you this view. And he walked straight away from me. And then he looked back and found where I was, and then he turned and made a circle, and he came across like this. Really good plan for action there, showing me all the points of that pig. He'll come straight at you. He's going to be our reserve champion today. Congratulations to him. Nicely done. Enjoyed watching him show this pig. That makes you the champion. Congratulations to you. That pig never stops unless you tell it to stop. That pig never puts his nose in the shavings unless you say it's time to rest. And so I love the nonstop nature. You handled the move out of the pen the best. When you came out, you said, he's watching me. I'm going to turn. I'm going to turn. I'm going to stay relevant, but I'm going to stay out of the way. You stayed right over here in the corner. And then as I worked my way down, you stayed right over here in the corner. But you didn't get in the way. And you stayed, whenever I turned, you were first one there. So the aggressive nature and the understanding of where the judge is going to go, that intuition that comes from experience and comes from having total control of the pig, sorts your way to the top today. Congratulations to you.
Your intermediate hog showmanship grand champion, Kensley Cummings. Your reserve champion, intermediate hog showman, Max Whitaker. Your 3rd place overall intermediate hog showman, Adeline Taylor. And your 4th overall intermediate hog showman, Emma Smith. Congratulations to all of our intermediate showmen in our Grand Champion Drive. We'll take just a few minutes to reset for pictures, and then we'll get started with juniors. In the ring right now is our first heat of juniors. We have 5 heats of juniors coming through today, followed by our junior champion drive. In the ring, we have Owen Ostrup, Adela Orrock, Chase Martin, Reese Bradshaw, Winter Pfeiffer, Cadence Smith, Easton Hudman, Adelie Greenhall, Lucas Hollingsworth, and Georgia Spencer. This is your Class 1 of Junior Hog Showmanship.
Good group of juniors here as we move into this age group. A lot of poise and a lot of practice that went into getting to this point. Pigs aren't darting and running and barking and chasing each other around the ring. They're trying really hard to kind of learn how to maneuver them in all this traffic. Good job. Really, really nice. Talked to a few exhibitors about getting up closer to that pig or making your turns a little bit quicker or coming back to me just a little bit sooner instead of drifting off a little bit further. And then sometimes we want to let these pigs kind of tiptoe around the ring. We want to keep them moving with those heads up. I think these 3 exhibitors do the best job. The young lady hit me initially just because she was right there. She came straight to me, and she started coming back and forth in front of me. Really, really nice job. Pig's well presented as far as a hair coat goes. Young man's got some eye contact and some intensity. He's got a good plan about what he wants to do. The other gentleman he just kind of worked his way up there. He kind of figured it out. Him and his pig got in tune with each other really, really nicely. Good job by all three of them. Look forward to having them in the finals. Let's give this group a round of applause. They've been waiting their turn. I'm happy to be out here with them. Nicely done.
Your Heat 1 of Junior Showmanship coming out of the ring. Our top three returning for the championship drive. Easton Hudman, Adela Orrock, and Owen Ostrup. We want to thank Classical Strings for being our Hog Show sponsor today. We sure appreciate their sponsorship. We also have a Carcass contest sponsor of Bridgerland Applied Technology College, the Meats Department. Those individuals who've been contacted about winning the Carcass contest will need to be here immediately following the Grand Market Drive. So be listening for that. Our Grand Champion cut and wrap on our market hog today was donated by Circle V Meats. In the ring right now, you have your Heat 2 of Junior Showmanship. In the ring, we have Levi Hall, Evelyn Parker, Braden Jenkins, Thomas Dixon, Hadley Barker, Kelsey Cummings, Shalise Mayero, Macy Malone, Hallie Holly, and Jax Hannum.
Hey, that was a tough group right there. We worked them a little longer than what we've been doing it. This young man's hanging in there tough, man. I appreciate him. That hog's battling him, but that's a good showman right there. They're getting the job done. I think that's whenever he comes back for the market show, he'll be able to navigate the traffic very, very well. That's a good showman over there. Keep your head up, man. I like what you do. Sometimes the hog's just not ready to just take it easy there. But that's a good trip in the ring. He kind of I pushed you pretty far. Young red-headed man right here does a good job. Let's keep that pig's head up. Right here, I've got two. The young lady with the big belted pig over here that's driving along the fence does a really nice, consistent job of getting to the right spot. Just some got there a little bit quicker. I like the steps that pig takes. I like the turns that you make. I just wish you stayed a little bit more aggressive about moving back and forth in front of me. That's a good showman right there. The black pig right here. Man, she uses the backhand, and she makes some good turns, almost better than any of our other juniors today. But I want to see that pig go. I mean, he's tiptoeing. I want to see him go. I want to see you not have to fight him quite so much. I love that right there, the way you stay up next to his head and you use that whip in tight next to his face versus getting on his nose and doing that turn where you get nose to belly button right there. I think you can make some really good turns. I like that speed right there. A few times I needed you to come back. I gave you a few chances to come back to me. The young man kind of beat you to it there at the end. Some really good showmanship in this group, guys. I mean, one of the best groups of classes that we've had, heats that we've had today. Everybody be excited about what you did. I'm happy to be out here with you.
Coming out of the ring is your Heat 2 of Junior Hog Showmanship. Top 3 returning for our Junior Grand Drive, Levi Hall, Hadley Barker, and Macy Malone. Heat 3 of our Junior Showmanship. In the ring right now is Pax Chug, Brooklyn Graham, Macy Davis, Benton Bell, Kyle Oakey, Parker Pearson, Amory Patillo, Briggs Fife, Braden Criddle, and Landon Halling. We want to remind you that you can find our live stream on YouTube under Weber Junior Livestock Association. And hopefully you've noticed our photographer on the show ring floor. Her name is Hadley Owens. She owns Diamond Mountain Media. All of the pictures she takes, due to some generous sponsors, are available for free download to our exhibitors. at diamondmountainmedia.com. Hadley does a fabulous job, and we're grateful to have her with us this week. Hopefully everyone gets some beautiful pictures of their kids on Diamond Mountain Media. And thank you to our sponsors for making that possible. We have our livestock auction tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., and you can boost any of these good kids at weberjuniorlivestock.org.
Another good group of juniors. Of course, the pig over there on the fence. Sometimes that's just going to happen. You know, they get out here, they're tired before they get here because of all the excitement, and then they come out here and it makes it hard. Young man does a really good job right here of moving that pig around. Now we got to work on getting to the right side of the pig, paying attention to the judge. But man, he can take that pig wherever he wants to go. The young lady right here moves that pig, keeps it moving, got caught up in traffic at times. Sometimes the exhibitor is watching me, and they're driving their pig, but there's 2 or 3 pigs shoulder to shoulder, and I can't see the pig. That's when you got to stop, turn, and go the opposite way from everybody else. So learning how to navigate that traffic is a big part of it. Young man right here takes a lot of good steps. At times that pig gets a little bit outside of me, but I think he's got a good future. I can see that he's an attentive type exhibitor. That white hog and him are just a good practice for what's going to come in the future for him as a showman. Got to slow down just a little bit. Slow down and relax and get that pig to be attentive to you. Really nice group. Very competitive. I sort these 3 to the top. Young lady comes out and hits you initially with her eye contact and her ability to turn that pig very easily from the time that it steps into the ring, and then gets my attention and says, hey, I can take this pig wherever you want me to, and do you want to look at it? And she stays to the open space. She drove to the open spot and got my attention. Really, really smooth job there. The young man kind of navigated traffic, kept bumping into things, but ultimately came out and cut away from everybody else. The last exhibitor that we pulled has got good control of the pig. and you could see him learning to navigate the traffic out here and go to the spots and kind of relax and calm down. He got better and better as he went. 3 really good ones to get called back. Congratulations to each. Good job, guys. Nicely done.
Returning out of Heat 3 for your Junior Champion Drive, Pax Chug, Macy Davis, and Landon Holling. In the ring right now is your Heat 4 of Junior Showman. We have 5 heats of juniors today, followed by our Junior Grand Drive. We will then have a 20-minute break after our Grand Champion pictures to start market. In the ring right now, we have Luke Gibson, Emma LaRolle, Willow Mork, Hannah Forsberg, Johnny Johnson, Bowen Stokes, Zoe Webb, Holland Neff, and Asher Marriott. This is your Heat 4 of Junior Showmanship.
Another really good group of juniors. A lot of intensity, a lot of coaching that went into getting these guys ready. This young lady right here would have been our next one to get pinned. I just wish that guy would get his nose up just a little bit more, take a little more aggressive step, kind of tippy toes around me just a little bit. Young man, the hog's moving good. We got to stay in front of me just a little bit more. The belted hog here kind of requires you to push with your knee just from time to time. Like to see you stay in front of me. The narrow belted pig, kind of chasing that one as we are this one over here on the fence, and that one I'm surprised hadn't tired out just yet. We got to stay in front of them just a little, stay in front of me just a little bit more. But a nice job. Love the eye contact. Love that you come out here and you compete and you're having fun. So let's give these guys a big round of applause as I dismiss them. The top group, young lady hits you pretty quick with her intensity and her ability to push that pig to the right spots just from the get-go. Young man, I've kind of put him through some hoops. I made him work just a little bit because I was drawn to him and his ability to work that pig. Kind of drifted to the fence. He didn't panic. He got him back. The pig didn't necessarily want to. He comes back and he gets right back in the mix. Stayed relevant, stayed in my attention, stayed in my zone. Put him through some tests to do that, and he responded greatly there. Nicely done. Young lady, I made her compete with another one to kind of see who was going to get that third spot. She responded. She stayed consistent there. Very, very important aspect of that is just keep going, keep pushing, keep driving. Great job, all three of those junior exhibitors.
Your junior showman returning from Heat 4 for the Grand Champion Drive, Emma LaRolle, Willow Mork, and Johnny Johnson. In the ring right now is your fifth and final heat of junior showmanship. Our showmen in this class are Nash Ostrup, Miles Manning, Carter Howard, Summer Pfeiffer, Grace Campbell, London Graham, Aria McCormick, Ransom Gift, Hudson Waite, and Dasher Peterson. This is your fifth and final heat of junior showmanship before our junior grand drive. If you are in the junior grand drive, will you please start bringing your hogs to the holding area? Junior grand drive, you may bring your hogs to the holding area. We are going to take some pictures after the grand drive, and following that, we will have a 20-minute lunch break. And then we will begin with Market Class 1. As soon as I know what time we end this, I will give you an estimated time of arrival for our Market Class 1.
Good job by this group. Let's give them a round of applause. They're the last group. They've been so excited to come out here and show. The pigs are getting a little tired for us. This young lady does a nice job with her eye contact and steering that pig. That pig just doesn't have a good motor to get out and get to me a bunch, but I think she's got the right idea. Young man's keeping that Duroc pig on the move. We had some trouble with a couple of them kind of going to the fence just a little bit for us this morning. The black belted pig over here likes to run on the fence. This young lady does a good job, just makes some good turns. That pig gets out, she gets behind him a little bit too much, and then that pig kind of gets away from her, and it takes her a minute to get back underneath him and get him driving again. But I think she's got the right idea. As she learns to get up a little bit closer on that pig, that's a good showman right there because she's paying attention and getting better as she goes. A really nice class. Let's give them a round of applause. We got 3 that are coming back. Young man gets the last pin just because he sticks with it and continuing to try to keep that pig out in front. The young man right there stays in front of you out of the pin 2 there. I know that pig doesn't travel really well, but he does stay right there close to you, stays relevant. The young man in pin 1 there, kind of like our initial group, hits you from the get-go with his intensity and his ability to steer that pig. He's down on his face and works that face really well and keeps him moving. Pig's ready to take a lot of steps out here, comes ready to compete. I can tell you that it's going to be a really, really tough battle as we get into the finals here. It's going to be fun to watch, so get you something cold to drink and be ready to watch this. It's going to be fun. We got some really good juniors. Good job, guys.
Your 5th and final heat of junior showmanship coming out of the ring. Your top 3 returning for the championship drive. Nash Ostrup, Ransom Gift, and Hudson Waite. We're going to take just a second, get those pigs back over here, and set up for our grand champion drive. So what do you call a hog that's playing tug of war? Pulled pork. Ladies and gentlemen, give these juniors a round of applause for making it to the grand champion round. This is your junior final drive. In the ring from Heat 1, we have Owen Ostrup, Adela Orrock, and Easton Hudman. From Heat 2, Macy Malone, Hadley Barker, and Levi Hall. From Heat 3, Pax Chug, Macy Davis, and Landon Halling. From Heat 4, Emma LaRolle, Willow Mork, and Johnny Johnson. And from Heat 5, Nash Ostrup, Ransom Gift, and Hudson Waite. We want to thank our Hog Show sponsor this week, Classical Strings. We also have some show sponsors for the week. You can see their banners around the arena. General RV, Higley Excavating and Trucking, Atkinson Sound Stores, MSCI Builds, Diggin' It Excavating, Erica Higley Real Estate, Yardmasters, Marriott Construction, Mike Schultz, Hydro Jug, Haney and Company Accounting, QBM Services, Little Mountain Ranch Supply, and Heritage Craft Homes.
A really good job by this group. We kind of quick pinned 7 of them there that I think do the best job for us. We got some worthy out here to talk about just a little bit. This young man does a good job, but maybe that pig kind of goes to the fence, as does the young man over there on the fence line. They did a lot of good moving around of those pigs today. This young lady right here with the kind of the slickered-haired belted hog with the white belly there, she does a great job with her eye contact. I love the moves that she makes. Sometimes that pig just wants to hesitate a little bit on those turns, kind of drifts a little bit further away from me than what she would like. She has to work, and whereas I like to see a little bit more responsive pig, but I think the tools are there. I think the right process is there. That's a good showman. This young man's got some really serious eye contact and intensity. He stays up close to me all the time. And sometimes when everybody's doing that, he gets lost in the traffic. He continues to maintain that eye contact. Where I want to see him go to that next level is break away from the group and go away. Go to those open spaces where there's nobody at. If all the pigs are right here, then get right over here on the edge and go back and forth. That's one of the moves that some of my pinned exhibitors made today. Young man right here does a nice job, back and forth, back and forth. He too kind of gets lost in the big crowd sometimes. That pig wants to tiptoe around. Really, really good set, man. That's exciting to watch the quality of showmanship at this age. Hey, if you are a part of these guys or if you appreciate good pig showmanship, let's give our juniors a round of applause. That's a lot of fun. I don't want to wear out the pigs or I'd make them work even longer. Very proud to be out here with them. I like what I see. Hey, go back excited for getting called back and get those pigs cooled down and ready for the market show. Just a few minutes ago, I mentioned that it was going to be a lot of fun out here, and I think if you're ringside and you enjoy watching kids show pigs, this is a lot of fun for me. I mean, it's one of those moments that I've had throughout the week where I just get really excited and just really focus in on all the things that we teach, all the things that we like to see as a judge, as a parent, as a producer, whatever it is, as someone that hauls kids down the road. It's a lot of fun to see the youngest of groups out here showing their hearts out and all the work that went into getting to this particular point. So I know that when we get through with these top 5, and I'm very complimentary of our 6 and 7 here in the entire Showmanship group today, I know that somebody's going to be really excited, and there's going to be others as we work our way down that maybe have some disagreements in the way that I see them. I see what I see out here. Maybe you see it differently as you stand ringside, and I'm just going to try to point out some things. But I'm going to start with saying from 7, 6 through 1 right here, they're getting the job done. I mean, that's exciting. If you like good pig showmanship, let's hear a big round of applause. So we work faces and flanks, keeping these pigs moving. We're steering them, and we're driving them. We're not asking them to go. Their heads are staying in the air because they've been worked, and they've taken all these steps back home at the barn. So all those things, why does my pig run? Why won't my pig walk? All those things are worked out in the months that lead up to the show, not the day of the show. These people know that. These teams and these pig showmen out here, they know that as they get out here. The pig, we're not reminding the pigs to go. We're telling the pigs where we want them to go. That pig believes in you. That trust has been earned through the work that you've done. Now it's a matter of, do you understand how to maneuver around the ring, and how do you tell that pig where to go? It's going to be tough as we work through this group. We're going to be 5th place over there on the edge with the blue masked pig right there. Nice job by that young man. The intensity is like next level. He gets the job done. A couple of times that pig bumps the rail today. He goes all the way to the corner looking for the gate just a little bit, but that didn't stop him from having one heck of a trip into the ring today. Nicely done by him. Congratulations. The young lady's going to be 4th. Speed is the big difference. Speed is the big difference between you and the top 3 today. Other than that, I love everything that you do. That pig was always in the right spot. Outstanding job. I just wish that pig had a next level. I've got pigs like that at home as well that they kind of tiptoe and kind of have a good speed, and we struggle to teach them to find that next speed, and that's one of those type. He's always in the right spot. And then we got 3 individuals that their speed is very consistent. They never stop. They never stop as they move around the ring. So it's about which one of them drove to me the quickest, which one of them was in the right spot as we came out of the pen, which one of them made the best moves as we came out of the pen. Remember, whenever you're pinned and you come out, that's when you have the judge's attention. And so the longer you can keep that attention by the moves that you make, by staying relevant in their frame where they're watching, the better. So if you can show me all views as you come out, if you come across me and then turn and then go back and then show me the front view, if you can do all that without going behind me, then you've taken advantage of that moment that we've given you to be pinned and come out and get my exclusive attention. All of you handled that pretty well. And then we also like to stay back out of the way. And I'm not sure that we've heard that before at this age group, but once you come out, then you stay out of the picture and let me give that same attention to the next one. Stay close, and all these guys handled that the best today. I like them all. As we work through them, you're going to be 3rd today, young lady. Nicely done. I like what you do. I mean, you just got a good plan. That's a team right there. I mean, that's easy to I know that's her pig right there, that her and that pig have spent a lot of time together, and she's just super excited to bring it out here. And that one's going to have to take a lot of steps today, both in showmanship and when we see him later. Good job. Good job. And then, young man, you're going to be reserve champion today. You nailed it. You just outstanding from start to finish. I love the way you came out. I love the way you came in. I love the way you came out of the pen. But when you came in your heat, you got my attention like boom from the get-go. You had me with the eye contact. You had me with the way you worked that pig's face and head. Had me with the way that you make your turns. You got my attention. You kept my attention, and you stayed right in my plane the whole way. Great job today. That makes you the champion, young lady. I think you do it because that pig and you've got a plan, you've got an idea of where you want to go, and that pig it's like he's saying to you, tell me where to go. You know where to go. I can see the teamwork happening right there. I love the way that you move around the ring. You're the quickest one getting back in front of me as I turn around. You handle the smallest spaces the best today, and you're going to be our champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our grand champion, junior showman, Macy Malone. Good job to our reserve champion, junior hog showman, Nash Ostrup. Your third place overall junior hog showman, Macy Davis. And your fourth place overall junior hog showman, Willow Mork. We're going to move these hogs around and get some pictures for just a few minutes. Your grand champion showman, Macy Malone. And your reserve champion showman, Nash Ostrup. As soon as the pictures are done, we will be taking a 20-minute lunch break. We will return from lunch with Market Class 1 at 11:45. Please return from lunch for Market Class 1 at 11:45. This is your 2-minute warning. We need Class 1 of Market Hogs into the holding area. This is your 2-minute warning. We want to welcome everyone out this afternoon to our Market Hog Show at the Weber County Junior Livestock Association Show, hosted here at the Weber County Fair. We're so glad you've joined us today. I'd like to take a moment and introduce our judge who's been with us all week. Mr. Troy Oliver has come to judge with us from New Ulm, Texas. He is an ag science teacher and FFA advisor in Sealy, Texas, and a graduate of Sam Houston University. Troy has been an ag teacher for 28 years and currently serves as the president of the Agriculture Teachers Association of Texas. His Ag FFA program seeks to involve students in a variety of activities. Two of his priorities include training successful livestock judging teams and showing livestock. He has trained the Texas FFA State Champion Judging Livestock Team in 2024, and his teams have won the Heart of Texas, American Royal, Houston Livestock Show, and San Antonio Stock Show judging contests. He supervised successful students as they prepare all species of livestock for exhibition at the local, county, Texas major, and national levels. In his words, the value of a livestock project far exceeds the backdrop in the development of a young person. The life lessons, agricultural knowledge, personal growth, while building relationships and lifelong memories all have value in the life of an exhibitor beyond the show ring. Good livestock raises great kids. He's been fortunate enough to be invited to evaluate livestock and judge showmanship at jackpots, local, county, and major shows across Texas and multiple states. He grew up showing and raising livestock and places tremendous value on the knowledge and experiences associated with exhibiting and judging all species. He believes strongly the foundation for much that he does today can be traced to the investment his family and community made in him when he was growing up in church, school, the barn, and the show ring. He enjoys spending time in his own family barn with his 3 kids, Avery, Grayson, and Ainsley, and his wife, Megan, who all share his passion for raising, judging, and showing quality livestock and advocating for agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get a round of applause for our judge, Mr. Troy Oliver, who's been with us all week from Texas. We appreciate him. As soon as we have the show ring set and everything ready, you'll see our Class 1 of Market Hogs walk in the ring. So while we do that, I've got another question for you. Where do pigs keep their money? In a piggy bank, of course. And what do you call a pig that plays basketball badly? He's a ball hog. Yep, you're right. He is a ball hog. We do also want to let you know that Weber Junior Livestock Show merchandise, our hats and our t-shirts, will be for sale during the livestock auction. So if you missed the opportunity during weigh-in to buy your Weber Junior Livestock Association t-shirts and hats, they're pretty cute this year. You're going to want one. They will be available for sale during the livestock auction. Our hog show sponsor today is Classical Strings. Speaking of the auction on Saturday, we do want to remind everyone all these good hogs will be on sale, whether you're looking for some nice T-bone steaks, a good lamb chop, some cabrito, or some fresh bacon. They are going to be on sale Saturday morning, 9 a.m. at the livestock auction. Please come register as a buyer. There will be a buyer's lunch from 11 to 1. You can boost any of these good kids at WeberJuniorLivestock.org or in person at the auction on Saturday. We also are blessed this week to have a photographer with us, Miss Hadley Owens. She is right down there with the animals, getting better shots than any of us as parents could ever dream of getting. Like, you might think your cell phone's taking a good picture till you see hers. So her pictures are available for free download thanks to our sponsors at diamondmountainmedia.com. And when I say she gets good pictures, she is down there in the sawdust. I don't know how she hasn't been trampled yet, but she's really good at what she does. So please go enjoy the free downloads at diamondmountainmedia.com. And please, if you get an opportunity, thank our sponsors. Their banners are hanging all around the show arena. I've been announcing them all week. They are the reason we have some of this wonderful stuff, like a great judge that's able to come in, a fabulous photographer, and good facilities. So please thank these sponsors. We appreciate their help. Our Hog Grand Champion cut and wrap this week was donated by Circle V Meats. We appreciate them. So if you buy the Grand Champion hog, you get to eat all that good bacon, sausage, and pork chops, and you don't have to worry about the cut and wrap. Circle V will take care of it. So we're glad you're with us today. We're glad for our sponsors. We appreciate our help. Josh and Jamie Jakes, our show superintendents, are out there today. Let's give them a round of applause. I have seen Josh more with a shovel and a pooper scooper in his hand than I think I've ever seen him before, and Jamie is dodging pigs as she gets us all the information fed back to the table. They fix the waterers. They keep us running straight in the barns. We appreciate Josh and Jamie for all they do. So without further ado, let's have us a hog show. In the ring right now is your Class 1 of market hogs. Class 1 weighs in from 231 to 237 pounds. Our exhibitor in this class are Kaylee Campbell, Willow Mork, Lucas Hollingsworth, Hannah Forsberg, Clara McCormick, Braylon Marrow, Bowen Stokes, Taylor Jenkins, Winter Pfeiffer, Grace Campbell, and Berkeley Clem. Ladies and gentlemen, your first class of our market show is in the ring.
we get out here in our first class. It's a lot of fun. As we work through our group today, maybe if we deviate a little bit from the way we work showmanship, if I go into the corner to talk to somebody about their hog and go ahead and pull on them, maybe if we could, that's not when you need to go to the judge. Don't follow the judge in the corners. The judge is going to come back to the center of the ring. He's only going in the corners to find somebody or to dismiss somebody. So if you're stuck in the corner, he'll find you there. But so stay in the middle of the ring, just as we work through today. Hey, we got some hogs right here that are really nice. We work our way from 10th up to, or from 11th up through 1 here. Let's just start at 1 as we work our way through this group today. The class winner right here is the young lady driving right at me. That's a big-backed rascal right there. I mean, big over his blades, grooved up in his top, wide in her pin bones, big at the ground, opens up into a big forerib there, can get out and go and travel. Really, really like that one. That's going to be your first class winner today. Congratulations to her. Our second place hog is this kind of off-belted one that kind of shades off on one side there. Just a complete gilt right there. I like that hog. Love the sweep that one has in its underbelly. The shoulder angle is dead on for me. Gets out and goes better than the other ones. Good fronted, good back. And then look at that fresh shape that she has all the way down her top line right there, and then opens up into a big hip there. Congratulations to those two. Nicely done. And then we start having some give and take on both. We go with those that are a little bit more powerful or those that maybe get out and go just a little bit better. I think the combination of those two things is this one right here, this bear right here driving in front of me. That's going to be your third today. Nicely done by this exhibitor. Look at that back shape that this one has. Gets out and goes, uses those feet and legs very well. What's different than the class leading types there is that one's a touch straighter in its shoulder. That head stays down. We don't have that good neck, those ears don't get up there above that one's blades very often because of that shoulder angle. Not quite as stout featured as we have in our top two as well, but the next best one for me today. Congratulations to you. The one that comes next is one that, man, that from a carcass-driven standpoint, I like this hog over here. That one's grooved up and fresh in its back shape, but he gets a little over at his knee. He wants to toe in on his front two, and he wants to step outside of himself a touch on his rear two, rolling that hock. But, man, just to evaluate him from a carcass standpoint, he's really, really nice. Congratulations to that exhibitor. That's going to be our 4 today. And then our 5 is the black hog there. Just a good built hog that gets out and travels very well. Frailer made, narrower chested, not quite as bold at the ground, big at the knee and wide in its chest as the 4 that preceded in class, but for sure a good moving one that gets out and travels well, has some shape. Just like to make that one a little bit more rugged, a little stouter featured for me to sort that one up any higher. Good hog right there. The one that comes next in the 6 that's making all the noise and kind of makes us have to yell here is a really good hog. Let's bring the 6 out right there. Go ahead. We'll go ahead and bring that one out. Bring that hog with you. That's good. Hey, that's a big-bodied one right there that whenever it wants to close up at the ground, gets a little rounder in its top side. The one that comes next, we'll just work through these real quick. As you go, I'll talk about you. I like this big. Whenever you compare him to the other ones, he too wants to close up at the ground, not quite as level, a little straighter about that shoulder, a little less agile on those rear two. Got to make him be more coordinated and be able to get out and go. But I do like the well-fed back shape. That hog's got a big end to him. I like that gilt from a carcass standpoint. Tall-shouldered one right here. Stout-featured one. I'd like to make that one a little bit softer and more productive in its body shape, meaning fill it up through the center, fill it up through the rear third, level that one out just a little bit. Big-headed, big stout-featured, big-chested. Want to make that one deeper-bodied and more productive in that rib shape. 9 will come on out for me. That black hog is just a little bit plainer than the ones that preceded in class, a little bit frailer featured, but still a really good hog. Got some body shape for a lightweight, starting to have some muscle, but just a little bit narrower gauge than the ones, not quite as coordinated as some. That's the case to the two young men that round out the class. Those pigs don't move and travel. They're kind of paddling on those rear two, narrowing at their front end as they come at you. But still, they've got some good back shape. Nice pigs right there. Good way to start the hog show. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your top two in Class 1 will return for the division championship. In first place, Willow Mork, and in second place, Kaylee Campbell. We will see them again following Class 4 for the Division 1 runoff. Rounding out that class, in third place, Braylon Marrow. Fourth, Taylor Jenkins. Fifth, Winter Pfeiffer. Sixth, Grace Campbell. Seventh, Clara McCormick. Eighth, Berkeley Clem. Ninth, Hannah Forsberg. 10th, Bowen Stokes. And 11th, Lucas Hollingsworth. Your Class 2 of market hogs are in the ring. This class weighs in from 238 to 242 pounds. Our exhibitors in this class are Easton Hudman, Kelsey Cummings, Brock Scaddy, Maylee Fowers, Chalice Marrow, Ryland Doak, Tessa Walker, Brody Scaddy, Hudson Hochmeister, Carson Westergaard, and Parker Pearson. This is your Class 2 of hogs in our lightweight division today, 238 to 242 pounds. We have 4 classes in Division 1, and that will be followed up with the Division 1 runoff. We want to thank Classical Strings for being our hog show sponsor today. If you look around the arena, we have lots of good sponsors. We want to thank all of them. Anderson Livestock Auction, Challenger Pallets, Northrop Grumman, Howling Concrete, Oral X, Diamond K Animal Health, Nilsson Homes, Rachel Bitten Real Estate, Les Schwab Tires, Camping World, Burton Lumber, Geneva Rock, and Best Western High Country Inn.
really good second class here. Got some body shape, got some good heavy muscled pigs all the way throughout out this group. That mobility of the pigs is the key factor here as we sort the really good ones to the top. Young lady, you're going to be our class winner. Congratulations. And I think that one's composition is really cool. I like that one's back shape. I love the way that one gets out and goes. Proportional, balanced, good featured pig right there. The gilt's maybe not the flashiest in some ways. She doesn't shine with the same kind of just glow to her, but at the same time, I love the way that she's fed. I think she's good down her top. I think she handles her feet and legs very, very well. Then it gets kind of tight on where I'm going to go 2, 3, and 4 here. I think there's some give and take. If we stick with the ability to get out and go and say, are we strong at the ground, square at the ground, wide enough in our knee, big enough in our chest, good in our angles, and then have some back shape and that mobility and that design coming in as the key factor there, this is our second right here. The Black Hog is a little bit drier about certain parts of it, but I think when you talk about design quality, that one excels. That athleticism that it has, the ability to get out and go, is spot on for me. I like the way that hog travels, get around in front of them. That's still a good featured, stout-made hog. Could we have a little bit more bone like our third and fourth are gonna carry? Absolutely. That one's not the stoutest featured one, but I think it's the most complete. This hog's a challenge for me, and it's going to be in third today. I love the stout foot that one has and the big forearm. I'm not sure that one's feet and legs all work in the same coordinated way that we have in our top two. And I think he gets a little drier through his chine bone there. His spine wants to stick up. He gets a little flatter as we work our way back into that big massive back that he has. I just think that edge of his loin is not quite as expressive, not quite as fresh today. That's a stout-skulled, big-bone hog that deserves to be at the top of the class. This hog right here is not quite as mobile, wants to kind of kick and throw those and peg that back leg into the ground. A little shorter fronted, not quite as tall and elegant about the front 1/3 of that one's body, but the fed quality of that one being deep-bodied and fresh back is pretty cool. I like that feature about him. Just wish she could get out and go just a little bit better. I wish she was a little more elegant and elevated in her front 1/3 of her body, and she was more of an athlete. But I do like the fed quality of that one for sure. Nice group of top 4 pigs there. I think there's a logical way to sort those. The one that comes in 5th is one that has some good parts. He gets pinned over here because he lasts this long because we like so many things about him. He's not as mobile as those that preceded him. He's not as level top, but you can see as he comes out, there's a huge curve in that one's back. But he kind of gets a little longer nosed, a little out of balance in terms of his chest and his rear flank, not quite as level again as we mentioned, but I wish that hog's back shape is the type of back shape that he has is what we like to see in a hog. The one that comes next, really the next 6 and 7, not quite as mobile as we'd like to make them. They're big back, they've got some muscle, they get kind of bold in their shoulder, kind of outside themselves and can't get out and travel. The 6 makes it there on carcass merit alone. The 7, because he's just big-bodied and stout in his overall feature, he's just got to have a little bit more of it, The number 8 hog there, the spider hog, is a good carcass hog, but he can't get out and play with us today because he's just not mobile enough. 9 and 10 are a little bit plainer hogs that don't have quite the descriptive top shape and want to narrow to the ground, but still, good carcass hogs, good well-fed hogs. We round out the class with one that's the narrower gauged of the group, kind of like we talked about in previous days. That base width is where we build them from the ground up. This hog wants to narrow and kind of cross over as he walks, but he managed to get some top shape in him, starting to groove up a little bit there, right through his center portion of his body. Young lady's done a good job with him. Let's give all of them a big round of applause. That's a lot to say in 1 through 11 there. I appreciate all of them.
Your Class 2 of market hogs in our lightweight division today, coming out of the ring. First and second will return for our division championship. First, Tessa Walker. Second, Kelsey Cummings. Third, Chalice Marrow. Fourth, Easton Hudman. 5th, Parker Pearson. 6th, Carson Westergaard. 7th, Hudson Hochmeister. 8th, Rylan Doak. 9th, Brock Scaddy. 10th, Brody Scaddy. 11th, Maylee Fowers. In the ring next is our Class 3. This is Class 3 in the ring. They are 2 more classes to go, and then we hit our Division I championship. These hogs weigh in from 244 to 246 pounds. Only a 2-pound spread in weight for these hogs. Our exhibitors in the ring are Nash Moyes, Emery Hummel, Adelie Greenhall, Bridget Graham, Benton Bell, Peyton Graham, Adela Orrock, Bo Bradshaw, Skylie McCormick, Caitlin Worley, Madison Bodges, Hadley Hales. As you're here enjoying our 4-H and FFA Junior Livestock Association show, we also have some other things here at the fair today we hope you enjoy. We have our 4-H indoor exhibits over in the 4-H indoor exhibit building. We also have a new program here in Weber County 4-H called the 4-H Entrepreneurs Program. In fact, most of the youth in that program, I'm told, are also livestock exhibitors. These kids start their own business to sell products or services. The youth have completed the club requirements and curriculum and begun their own business. They have a 4-H Entrepreneurs booth set up in the northwest section of the vendor booths by the indoor exhibit building. Swing by during fair hours and support these youth. They're not there the whole time, they're taking shifts. This morning, we have Audrey Duckworth selling her Halloween crafts and Sophia Bahatari selling her jewelry. This afternoon, we have Garrison and Dixon Selman selling their fair-style lemonades. And this evening, we have Joshua and Caleb Hollingsworth selling candles, Jacob and Lucas Hollingworth selling freeze-dried candy, and Jameson Blanco selling his 3D prints. So if you hurry, you can still catch our morning crew selling their Halloween crafts and jewelry. This afternoon, in about the next half hour, they will switch that booth over to Selman Bros Lemonade. And this evening, about 6 o'clock, they will switch over to candles, freeze-dried candy, and 3D prints. So please go support some of our young Weber County 4-H entrepreneurs, and maybe your kids are interested in joining the club next year and starting their own business. In the ring right now is your Class 3 of Market Hogs.
better go ahead and get on the mic and start talking about this group. A little bit shorter fuse in terms of stamina as we work through this group and we work through the day, trying to read those hogs that are in the corner as far as feet and legs. We find plenty of back shape and muscularity in a lot of these pigs. It's about how much fill and how fresh they are in some of that shape. I like to get back and see these hogs driving on the profile. We get out here and we kind of evaluate which one. You know, we find one that can get out and move just a little bit better, but probably carries quite a bit less in terms of stoutness and feature. And then as we work our way up into a little bit stouter featured types, we lose some of that mobility. So it's a trade-off on what type of hog you're going to land on. I think the one that kind of combines those things in both muscularity and some good those carcass traits with some mobility is one that maybe doesn't have the flash and presentation's kind of off look to it about its color. There is the gray pig over here with the crinkled ear. That's going to be your class winner this afternoon as we work through them. I think that one's stouter, better legged than the rest of them. I think when we evaluate that one from a pure muscle standpoint, there's a lot of good features to that one. I wish it was fuller. I wish we could drop that gilt in her flank right there and kind of fill her up just a touch, and then kind of give her a glow about her hair. But that's kind of a product of just, you know, what color she is. She's got a little sandy hair in there. And then that's going to be your class winner today. And then which one comes next? I think we got some give and take as far as which one suits us the best. This hog's not the most mobile on that rear leg, but I think it carries around so much product and stays mobile and athletic enough. That's going to be your 2 today. Congratulations to that exhibitor. I like that hog's fresh back shape. I like the productive middle that it has and can get out and go. I wish it just handled that rear leg a little bit better. This hog right here is going to be 3rd today. Long-bodied, kind of a conventional type, meaning long and deep right there. A little bit frailer featured, but sound. Sound gets you a long way with this judge. I wish it was a little bigger backed, a little bit more grooved up in its shape, but that hog can get out and go better than the other ones. The young lady over there is going to be 4. I wish that hog could get out and go a little bit better. I wish he was, again, a little more athletic. He's not, for as big-bodied as he is, he's not as fresh. He tapers off on either side of that loin edge compared to some that we have up there ahead of him, but a good hog right there in 4. The blue hog has the look to him in terms of muscularity, but just can't get out and go. The red hog that comes in 6th is one that just is too harsh and too dry through the center of its body. We want to open that one up and soften it up. The pig in 7 is one that gets a little over in his shoulder, a little rounder about his top line, not nearly as level, not able to get out and go with the same comfort. The ones that come next, we start to narrow to the ground. We start to give up some of that mobility and muscle mass. The 10 over here in the blue hog has a big end to him. You get around behind that hog, you're impressed. You get over the top of that hog, not quite as descript in its top line, and wants to get over in that knee. We round out the class with 11 and 12 that just need more description in their top side and ability to get out and go just a little bit better. That 11 hog is big-bodied and sound and soft made, but that white meat starting to push some of that cover across the top of that one, not nearly as descriptive in its top line compared to those ahead of him. Nice class. Good job, guys.
Your Class 3 of Market Hogs returning for the championship drive in 1st and 2nd place. 1st place, Hadley Hales. 2nd place, Madison Bodges. 3rd, Adela Orrock. 4th, Adelie Greenhall. In 5th, Caitlin Worley. 6th, Emery Hummel. 7th, Benton Bell. 8th, Peyton Graham. 9th, Nash Moyes. 10th, Skylie McCormick. 11th, Bo Bradshaw. And 12th, Bridget Graham. Coming in the ring next is our Class 4 of Market Hogs. This is our final class in our lightweight division today. These hogs weigh in from 247 to 252 pounds. Our showmen in the ring right now are Riley Kiesel, Stetson Halverson, Nick Brisky, Addison Howard, Preston Rasmussen, Austin Barrow, Brevin Kay, Brooklyn Graham, Luke Gibson, Landon Halling, and Joshua Hollingsworth. This is your Class 4 of market hogs, 247 to 252 pounds, and our final set of hogs in our Division 1 today. We want to thank some of the sponsors you see around the ring. They've provided a lot of things for us this week, things like facilities and watering and all kinds of things. Our wonderful photographer, we are available to download for free from diamondmedia.com. She told me just a minute ago that the sheep pictures are already getting up right now. They should be up within about the next 24 hours. The rest of the county fair pictures should be up by this weekend-ish. I'm leaving it open because it depends on her internet connection and time to edit, but that is what she's doing as she takes pictures. She's editing in the breaks, so she is getting them up as fast as we can. We want to thank our sponsors for making that happen for us. Some of our sponsors this week are Corner Fix, Champion Meats, Josh and Sherry Abelman, Golden West Credit Union, Smith & Edwards, OMS of Utah, Scott Breeding Painting, Thurgood Excavating, Wheeler Machinery, O'Pikins Boar Goats, Blossom Flower Farm. Our show sponsor today for the Hog Show is Classical Strings. Our Carcass contest all week is being sponsored by Bridgerland Technology College. I do need to make sure that our Carcass contest winners know they need to be here immediately following the Grand Champion Drive. So if you know these kids, make sure they know to be here, send them a text, give their parents a call, let them know. We're going to need Brooklyn Graham, William Parker, Tessa Walker, Evelyn Parker, Hallie Holly, and Caitlin Worley for the announcement of the Carcass contest immediately following the Grand Champion Drive. And we want to thank Bridgerland Applied Technology College Meats Department for sponsoring that. In the ring right now is your Class 4 of market hogs. In Class 4, we have Riley Kiesel, Stetson Halverson, Nick Brisky, Addison Howard, Preston Rasmussen, Austin Barrow, Brevin Kay, Brooklyn Graham, Luke Gibson, Landon Halling, Joshua Hollingsworth, and their hogs weighing 247 to 252 pounds.
Another really good class. Let's give them a round of applause as we work through them out here. You know, you got to take time to work as you work your way from the bottom up. At the same time, the whole time you're evaluating this top end of the class, but you don't want to wear them out. So once you get out here, you got to talk fast, you got to decide fast and talk even faster sometimes. And so it's a lot of fun to get out here and make these decisions quick, be impressed by what you see, evaluate what you see. I like this one to be the one to be our class winner today. Congratulations to you. That's a good hog right there. The way it gets out and goes with its nose in the air, levels its top line, the design is right, the balance is right, the muscle is there. I appreciate that hog a great deal, from the fit job all the way through until the way that it comes into the ring. The one that's next most impressive is the young man over here in the white shirt with the big belted hog right there. That's a stout skulled, stout featured one. I love the mug on that one, the ear set, the stoutness of that one's bone, the bigness of that one's blades. I want to soften that one just a little bit through its forerib, to its midrib, and into its flank. Give it a more balanced look, a more full look and productive outline for me to flip-flop that pair, but a really, really nice duo right there. Contrasting, but both equal quality. I like them. The kind of Burke appearing gilt right here, she kind of just works her way into third because she can be shown, because she's good on her feet and legs, and because she's got just enough back shape and product to call her a market carcass-driven type hog. It's that athleticism and that showmanship that really, really I'm appreciative on this duo right here. Nicely done. That's our third place exhibitor today. Good job. Our fourth hog's a little frailer, a little narrower gauged at every point, but it's a full hog that's still able to get out and travel very well compared to some that I have that will follow them. It's more opened up in its body shape. I'm not calling that an athlete. I'm not calling that a balanced pig or a heavy muscled pig. I'm just calling that one a complete factor right there. It just kind of comes together and falls into the four hole, not on being weak in any one area or strong at the same time, but just right there in four. The Duroc needs to be more descript down its top line. It gets flatter and plainer and more moonback is what I like to call that, just round across its top. Instead of giving me a butterfly appearance and a grooved up shape, I can still kind of see that one's blade. But there's a lot of good in that pig in terms of Duroc types. It's level enough. It's good on its feet and legs. I just wish it was a little more descript in its top shape. The pig that comes next is one, we'll come out with that 6, is one that just gets a lot of that mass that we have up top, doesn't match that base width. That tells me we're pushing just a little bit up high in terms of condition. And so that when we get wider at the top than we are at the bottom, that's what the concern is. But that hog's good-bodied and big-ended as it goes away from you. Come on out with 7. 7's a hog that's got a lot of scale to it, long-bodied type, that's wish we could level out, wish we could open him up at the ground, wish we could make him a little more descriptive in his top line, a little more aggressive in the way those shapes present itself. Come on out with the next one. This hog is good-bodied. This hog's good enough moving. This hog needs to be trimmer compared to those that stood ahead of him. You see, I talked about a previous one being narrower at the ground than they are up high. That's from that extra condition that the Burke tends to have sometimes. Bring the white hog out. I like the feet and legs on this one. I wish this hog was wider. Whenever he comes at you, he tracks pretty narrow compared to those that preceded him in class. But he does have some fresh shape about him. And I do like the way he gets out and goes. Just need to be wider based. 10 will come on out. There's another hog that's same thing. We got to build them from the ground up. And these hogs that round out the class get narrower and want to cross over with their toes and get wide up top because we fed them to their mature weight. But we'd like them to be wider as we evaluate them compared to the top of the class. Good job by these young men that round out the class. Let's give them and the rest and all the other exhibitors in this class a big round of applause. That's a lot of work out here. It gets intense, and we're happy to be out here with them.
Your Class 4 market hogs out of the ring, coming back in first and second place. First place, Austin Barrow. Coming back in second place, Landon Halling. Rounding out that class in third, Riley Kiesel. Fourth, Brevin Kay. Fifth, Nick Brisky. Sixth, Brooklyn Graham. Seventh, Joshua Hollingsworth. Eighth, Addison Howard. Ninth, Preston Rasmussen. 10th, Luke Gibson. And 11th, Stetson Halvertson. Our runoff is already coming in the ring. This is the first of our 4 runoffs today. This is our Division I lightweight runoff. We're going to bring our second place animals into the ring and get them penned. And then we will bring our first place winners in to pick our division champion. Kids that are in the pens, remember when your class winner, the one above you, gets picked, you have to come out of the pen. So we'll have people over there helping you, but make sure that when your class winner gets picked, you come out next. So going back into the pens right now, our second place out of Class 1, Kaylee Campbell. Our second place from Class 2, Kelsey Cummings. From Class 3, Madison Bodges. And from Class 4, Landon Halling. As soon as we get those penned, we'll go ahead and bring our first place animals into the ring. So what did the hog say on a hot day? I'm bacon. Now, fun fact, now that we've had a few runners in the ring, did you know that hogs can run 11 miles a minute? A couple of these kids probably feel like it's faster than that. But 11 miles a minute is the top speed for a hog. We're grateful for the ones that slow down. Coming in the ring now are our first place class winners in Division I. Out of Class 1, Willow Mork. From Class 2, Tessa Walker. From Class 3, Hadley Hales. And from Class 4, Austin Barrow. Ladies and gentlemen, your Division I runoff is in the ring.
Really fun lightweight division. You know, as we worked through the 4 classes, we found hogs with good feet and legs that get out here and travel really, really well. We got some description down their top lines. But for me, hogs start at the ground. So we got to build hogs that are big at the ground, big at their knee, big in their chest, and then have a good angle about that shoulder, and they're able to drive with their nose in the air. These are athletes. These are show ponies, but that have to have a little bit of muscle to them. And so some of these hogs are just a little bit better in that aspect. In your class, you were the best ones. And then if we can get out here and we can really read those skeletons, then for all the good pieces about them, then that's even an added bonus. I think there's one right out here that's bigger at the ground. He's bigger than his knee, or she, or he, whatever, which one I might be talking about, is as we go and come to and from us, bigger, and then has a big blade and a big back shape, and then gets out and goes very, very nicely. I think there's another one that complements that one, and the fact that it's maybe just a touch more athletic, and then whenever it gets and can get out and go just a little bit better and has a nice balanced look to it, but not quite as stout. And so I think that makes for a nice pair. Sticking with fundamentals of good livestock from the ground up, good design with good muscle. I've got my top two picked out. I know we've got some over here ready to come out and compete. Right here, this young lady out of the first class, that's going to be our division winner. Congratulations to her. We bring that second place from that class out. I don't think it quite compares to this one right here. This will be our reserve division. Congratulations. Really nice balanced hog. We'll go ahead and place these, and as we get ready for our next division, let's give all these guys out of the lightweights a big round of applause. Nicely done.
Your Division I champion and returning for the Grand Champion Drive, Willow Mork. Your Division I Reserve champion and returning for the Championship Drive, Tessa Walker. In the ring next is Class 5. This is the first class in our two middleweight divisions. In the ring right now, these hogs weigh from 255 to 257 pounds. What does that say? Exhibitors in the ring are Amory Patillo, Garrett Jakes, Cruz Fowers, Tazen Oliver, Rendon Jacob, Thomas Dixon, Hudson Waite, Boston Forsberg, and Bridger Bennett. This is your Class 5 of market hogs, 255 to 257 pounds. We'd like to thank some of our sponsors: General RV, Higley Excavating and Trucking, Atkinson Sound, Cal Ranch, MSCI Builds, Diggin' It Excavating, Erica Higley Real Estate, Yardmasters, Marriott Construction, Mike Schultz, Hydro Jug, Haney and Company Accounting, QBM Services, Little Mountain Ranch Supply, and Heritage Craft Homes. In the ring right now is your Class 5 of market hogs, 255 to 257 pounds.
All right, here we go with our first class of middles. I told this young man, he followed me into the corner. I've told each group as we worked, I said, don't follow me in the corner. And then I also turned around and told him, hey, go over there and relax. You're going to be out here a little while. That guy wins the class right there. The gilt's nice. I like the way she gets out and goes. She hit me from the time she came into the ring. She's fresh down her top side. She grooves up all the way from end to end. She's big in her chest. I wish she'd take a more aggressive speed, and I could really brag about her skeleton, but she's easily the best built one of this group. Could we level her out just a touch by changing her shoulder angle? Absolutely. But I love her balance once we talk about her underline and the way that it works in conjunction with her top line. I love the stoutness of her feature and the fresh back shape. Congratulations, you have a class winner. And then we got some give and take, and we kind of find ourselves in this case a few times. We got a couple of hogs we got one that wants to kind of deviate from himself just a little bit, but is so big back and so big bladed. We got one that can get out and travel really, really well, but at the same time gets a little straight about his shoulder and a little less descriptive in terms of muscle expression. And then one that's maybe carrying just a touch of cover and wants to get a little bit deviated as well. I think whenever you stick with your fundamentals and you find one that's good enough built for you and carries the little extra advantage of muscle, this one's going to be second today. Congratulations to you. Man, you get over the back of that one right there where you've parted his hair and cut his hair really nicely there. That one grooves up in a pretty special way. Congratulations to you. This young man does a really good job of showing and keeping this pig moving. I just wish that pig was a little more descriptive in his top line. Whenever I say that over and over, I'm talking about expression. I'm talking about laying that divot down their top that could hold some rainwater. If we stood him out there underneath the eave one evening and could catch some rain where the oil kind of gathers there on their top side, that pig needs to have more of that. That pig needs to have a little bit bigger foot. But he's good enough built and sorts his way into third today. Good job showing him. Nice exhibitor there with a good pig. This pig carries a little bit of extra cover, wants to step outside of himself. You can see those shavings kind of get kicked up as he comes and goes. Not quite as comfortable on those front two, but then he's got a big back and a productive middle, and I like that about him. Congratulations to our fourth place exhibitor. The Duroc that comes next, kind of like the other ones that we talked about in previous classes. We just like to make that hog a little more expressive, a little rounder down his top. He also narrows to the ground, but a good productive body shape compared to some of them. The 1 and 6, come on out. This pig gets a little rounder at his top line, wants to kind of get over at his knee there. He gets arched. His ears are lower than his blades. We like to build them where they're laid back in that shoulder just a little bit more. Typically when hogs get that way, they also narrow to the ground, and that's the case with this one. But man, you got him full. You got him big back just from the extra feed that you've put into him. Nicely done. We'll bring the 7th place pig out, talk about that one. Young man's done a good job. He kind of battled him on the fence, kept with it. This hog's carrying a little extra condition for us, right? We can see that his ears kind of sit on top of his blades there, shorter fronted, little overdone on his condition compared to some. That's what gives him that good body shape, but at the same time, we'd like to just freshen him up down his top side just a little bit and make him more athletic. We'll bring the 8th place pig out. Nice job by this young lady. He's really nice exhibiting this pig. This guy's narrower than the hogs that precede him in class. Can't quite use those rear two as comfortably, but he has some fresh shape, and I like that about him. Just like to change the skeleton, making it bigger and wider, but she does a good job. Check her out. She's improved so much in her showmanship as she's worked through today. We round out the class with one that just can't get out and go. That hog's not comfortable enough on its feet and legs, and its skeleton doesn't work in conjunction with each other for us to like that one any higher today. But we do appreciate the fact that hog continued to get fed, got a good body, got some good back shape, step in behind them, and that's a good carcass hog as well. Nicely done by that young man. Good class right there. A lot of differences, fun for us to talk about.
Out of the ring was your Class 5 of Market Hogs. Returning for the championship drive in first place, Boston Forsberg. And second, Thomas Dixon. Rounding out that class in third, Garrett Jakes. Fourth, Bridger Bennett. Fifth, Tazen Oliver. Sixth, Rendon Jacob. Seventh, Cruz Fowers. Eighth, Amory Patillo. Ninth, Hudson Waite. In the ring next is our Class 6 of Market Hogs. In Class 6, we have Reese Bradshaw, Ruby Crum, Miles Manning, Maylee Egbert, Dasher Peterson, Josie Bitten, Holland Neff, Colby Lambert, Trayson Malone, Nash Ostrup, and Wesley Johnson. This is your Class 6 of Market Hogs, weighing in from 258 to 260 pounds.
really good group here. We find some elevation in terms of fed quality and stoutness of feature. We got really good fed, grooved up hogs right here in our top 5 or 6, and then we're staying pretty mobile as we compare them to those that follow them in class. Which one suits me best? I don't give it a lot of attention because it grabs you whenever it comes in the ring, and the regards to the step that it takes. We're able to reach out and go with just a little bit more comfort, big chested, big backed, comfortable as it gets out and goes, appropriate in its body condition and its body depth. I like this one a bunch. The little man there with the off-belted pig is going to be our class winner. Congratulations to him. Nicely done. Talk about rib shape. That one's got a little extra gear for us. Then it gets close right here between 2 and 3. The hog that's on the fence and the young man driving the other off-belted pig there across the ring. I think one's just once until it kind of ran out of gas. I think that one kind of is a little more impressive in the way that it gets out and goes in relationship to the back shape that it has. I think those two things in combination to each other makes this one a logical second for me. I wish he hadn't played out on the fence there for us, but a really good pig. Young man, you're going to be third. Stout-skulled, big featured hog with a lot of muscle right there. Wish he placed that rear leg down just a little bit more squarely. I wish his front toes hit the ground with that same kind of shape, but at the same time, that's a really good pig. Nice fourth place pig. Combination complete type. It gets a little bit wrinkled there in its loin edge because it's not carrying nearly the mass that our other pigs have. Gets out and travels appropriately like that. We talked about this one in Showmanship. Wish it had another speed. It could get out and go, but a really, really nice pig. Very balanced, very proportional, good design pig. We'll bring out number 5 there. We hand out a blue ribbon to this young man because that one's got a lot of back shape. Wish he was more level in his top line. Wish he was square from knee down into the ground. He wants to taper and filter down into the ground. And change those two things about him, and this hog has got the right body and the right muscle shape to compete at the top of the class. Young lady, bring your 6 out for us as we talk about you. Hog that kind of funnels to the ground as well, gets a little higher in its top line. Maybe not as descriptive and as expressive down the top. That chine bone wants to stick up just a little bit, and at the same time, we get a little flatter on that loin edge, carrying a little extra jowl. So all those things don't coordinate well for a high cut ability type with an expressive back. The number 7, bring that one out. As we talk about this young man, to our show officials, we got to charge him double today because he got to show twice. But this is a good pig. I like the back shape in that one. Wish he had a little more balanced look to him in terms of just fill him up. He could handle even going up another class. That's a big framed hog with a lot of base width. He just doesn't have the shape down his top to match that mass today and doesn't have the softness that he needs for that particular weight. But a good hog. I think he travels well. At times he kind of pegs that rear leg down in the ground just a touch. But a good hog. Falls right there in the middle of this class. The next one, want to lean this one up just a little bit. Kind of narrows to the ground. Not quite as free moving, not quite as level in his top line design, all because of the way his shoulder and his hock work in coordination with each other. But a nice pig, nice good fed pig. Level that one out and it changes the discussion for sure. The one that comes next, man, you get him behind this pig and you're very impressed. That's a wide pin, a wide stifled one that just doesn't handle his rear two real well, wants to get a little, throw him up underneath himself. Same thing on his front two, but standing in a small pin, he sure looks the part in terms of body shape and the overall condition that he has. I really, really like it. Young man comes next is one that we want to trim up just a little bit. That hog's narrower at the ground than he is up high. We'd like to change his composition a touch. We round out the class with a superstar exhibitor right there. The young lady brings all the grit and determination that you need from one. An exhibitor, the hog just can't get out and go. Doesn't have quite the mass to it that some of the other ones had today, probably because of the way it feels there. But she does a tremendous job. So as she leaves, let's give her a huge round of applause because she's a superstar. Nice class, everyone.
Our Class 6 coming out of the ring. First and second place, returning for the championship drive. In first place, Nash Ostrup. And in second, Wesley Johnson. Rounding out that class in third, Trayson Malone. Fourth, Holland Neff. Fifth, Miles Manning. Sixth, Ruby Crum. Seventh, Dasher Peterson. Eighth, Maylee Egbert. Ninth, Reese Bradshaw. 10th, Colby Lambert. 11th, Josie Bitten. This is your Class 6 of Market Hogs coming out of the ring. We want to remind everyone that on Saturday during the Junior Livestock Auction, not only will all these good hogs, calves, lambs, and goats be for sale, but we will also have our Weber Junior Livestock apparel on sale. We did initially sell out of quite a few of our sizes at the beginning of the week, but we have a shipment on its way, hopefully tonight, and those shirts will be on sale tomorrow during the Junior Livestock Auction. So find the table in the auction room and come buy your shirts and hats from Weber County Junior Livestock. So as soon as that shipment comes, we'll have them for sale. In the ring next is your Class 7 Market Hogs. Class 7 hogs weigh in from 261 to 264 pounds. Our exhibitors in this class are Levi Hall, Macy Malone, Macy Davis, Miles Holmes, Briggs Fife, Asher Marriott, Ty Brisky, Carter Howard, William Parker, London Graham, and Owen Orrock. This is your Class 7 of Market Hogs, 261 to 264 pounds. Our hog show sponsor today is Classical Strings.
Really nice duo. They deserve a feature out here. You know, it's a challenge as we work our way up to the top, and these two hogs, these two girls, and as do many of you over there in the pens, you want to show your hogs to me. And so as we're working our way up, we know that these two hogs, I do as they come into the ring, that they're going to be the last two standing as the class gives you the initial look. A good solid third right there, but we know that these two are going to be the ones that make the toughest decisions for you as you get out here and make the final call. I like this pig better from the ground up. He's bigger at the ground and he's square at the ground. So when we evaluate him there, meaning that where he hits in relationship to his upper body stays truer. I like that about him. And he's wider there as well. That allows us to build a bigger animal from there up. And then if we look at, I saw some of us are wearing those green shirts, right? And it's got that pig on the side of it. That pig kind of paints that outline like that pig right there. Somebody thought that's what a show pig looked like. This one's driving uphill. His shoulder is higher than he is in his hip right there. That's the pig picture right there. I like him a bunch. Big, bold body, big back shape. Really nice one. Calico deserves to win this class. Nicely done. Man, I love the cage in this one. I love the fresh back. Well-fed, well-presented, like tremendously fed, tremendously presented hog from showmanship, hair, and freshness of his top side right there. I love how he is out of his blades. I mean, God, that muscle just starts to creep up. We keep talking about to everybody, be more descriptive, be more expressive. That hog's got that expression. And then look at the curves and the shapes. He gets a little bit outside of himself as he goes away. You guys right up here in this section can see it. As he kind of goes away, he steps outside of himself just a little bit. But when you carry that much, sometimes that happens. He's not quite as level in his top line, but man, he's so good everywhere else. Really, really good pig right there. Congratulations to this exhibitor. Young man brings a really good third out for us. I like this one. We want to level his design just a little bit, kind of open him up at the ground. He gets a little crab-clawed, wants to kind of toe in, get a little pigeon-toed there compared to our, not as square at the ground. As he steps away, he's not quite as true. He never levels out quite with the same kind of look that we had in our top two. He's not quite as balanced into his flank there. But, man, that is a carcass-driven, big-backed hog. Go away from you. Very, very expressive. Ton of muscle, and still good on his feet and legs overall. He takes a good step. Just change him at his toes just a little bit into his knuckles there. Nicely done. Hey, I used a red hog in 4th place today. That means that one's really, really good. Okay, I like this guy. He's fresh in his back shape. He's good on his feet and legs. He's appropriate in that way. He just doesn't have that squareness. He's not going to. He doesn't have the DNA to have that. His blades get a little flatter, his chine bones gets a little higher, and he's a little frailer about his feature. But you fed him into the top of a class right here. Congratulations. He's got a good shape and got a good body. Nicely done. The one in 5th, come on out. I like this hog. I like this hog in some of our previous classes. This hog might win a class, but it got really tough in this group. He gets let's start from his nose back. He gets a little wastier about his chin there. He gets a little frailer about his foot size, but that's a good level hog. Takes a tremendous stride, a tremendous step. He's balanced in his overall feel quality. You get over the top of him, he's not the most massive, but he does have some expression. I told the young man that the 6th hog, we need to be a little fresher in the way that he's put together. He's got a groove up in his shape, but that hog's got a big chest, even though he narrows and tapers at his knee from there down. We want to balance him up by giving him a little softer middle third and into his flank right there. And we get right there and we get across his top line, and right there underneath his loin, he gets really dry right there. He almost needs a little more condition. That's what I'm talking about, making him a little fresher, a little more mature right there. Number 7. That's a good one in terms of just mass. We want to level this guy out just a touch. His shoulder is too straight. From the point of his shoulder into his knee, it's almost a straight line. We need to be more like 30 to 45 degrees there, and that would level up his entire design. Number 8 comes on out for us. Young man does a good job with him. Come on out. That pig's really nice as well in terms of his body. I like that about him. can't move quite as well as some of them and doesn't have quite the descriptive top line. He too is chine bone. Chine is right there between his blades. He wants to get a little high right there. We'd like to deepen that chine by putting some more muscle on his top side, not in terms of dimension, but in terms of expression. Come on out with 9 and 10. Two nice hogs that just can't get out and go, not quite as level in their design. Come on out with 10. They're kind of similar in that way. We round out the class with one that needs to be wider based and more descriptive in his top side, but a really good bodied pig that's been fed, and we like that about him. Really fun class. Really like those top two. Third's a really solid pig. One of the more fun classes we've had so far. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Good job, buddy. Good job.
Coming out of the ring now is your Class 7 of Market Hogs. Our top two returning to the division championship. In first place, Macy Malone. In second, Macy Davis. Third, Levi Hall. Fourth, Carter Howard. Fifth, London Graham. Sixth, Ty Brisky. Seventh, Miles Holmes. Eighth, Briggs Fife. Ninth, William Parker. 10th, Owen Orrock. And 11th, Asher Marriott. In the ring next is our Class 8 of Market Hogs. This is our final class in Division 2. Our hogs in this class weigh from 266 to 269 pounds. Exhibitors in this class are Avery Martin, Cole Taylor, Claire Wainsgard, Hazen Halling, Roe Rasmussen, Peyton McClure, Nash Hannum, Holly Bitten, and Daxon Egbert. This is your Class 8 of Market Hogs, 266 to 269 pounds.
Nicely done by this group of exhibitors. Man, this is a stout featured big skulled one. Look at the dimension between his ears there. Look at the stoutness of his jawline. That tells me, along with that big tail root, that that's going to be a stout hog if I was looking at him in a crowd. He's big forearm, he's big bladed, he's big backed, and as we look through his hair, we find that he's big. He's just big down his top line because of that extra mass that his skeleton has. I think whenever we put that in play and we watch him move, he handles his front end very well. Yeah, he's a little bit stiff on those rear two, maybe not quite the just sweep to his angle, to his hock, to his hoof there that we have in some, but I think there's enough there. Man, he's more unique than the other two. I like him to be your class winner. I go back and forth really between all three of these. Ultimately, this hog's just fed too well, shown too well, and too complete and too good in so many places to keep him out here and give him a shot as we talk about him in a division. That's a good move. Not a lot of back shape there. He's not the most descript, but he's good enough for me. I think his balance sorts him to the top end of this group. The one that comes next is a good hog. He gets flatter footed. He gets a little bit wonky on those rear two as far as where he wants to step. He's kind of wiggling and going and not sure where he wants to land with those rear two. Kind of deviates just a touch. You know, all three of those pigs don't quite handle their rear leg perfectly, but I think this one, it falls the shortest to perfection there. Young man does a good job. I love the fresh shape. I think he's carrying right at the top end of the ideal composition level. That's a good pig right there. Falls into the 3 spot today. Congratulations. Come on out with 4. 4's got a nice look to him. You put 4 on the move. She throws that nose into the air, wants to go uphill, breaks right there in the loin ham juncture just a touch. Not quite as smooth into that rear third of its body. Maybe carrying just a touch more fill than what the ideal hog does today. Gets a little bit soft, a little bit tender on where it wants to use those rear two and those front 2 legs. But I really like that hog just overall. That's a good one. Come on out with 5. Another good one right there that I like. Gets out here. A young lady does a really nice job with him. That hog is just good shouldered, good top line. Just needs to be a touch wider, a touch trimmer through that lower 1/3 compared to our top end. I think that would give us a little more grooved up shape if we were there. Not calling it overcooked, but at the same time, I think our bottom third of that one could have stood to be just a touch trimmer. Number 6, come on out. This narrow-belted pig's got a lot of good pieces to him. Ultimately wants to narrow to the ground compared to its top side. Doesn't have nearly the descriptive shape that we have in the other ones. Same thing in 7. 7 is one that gets a little harsher about the way that it's made, a little more restricted on the way that it moves. We'd like to kind of fill that one up just a touch more like our 6 there, and we'd like that one's top shape. Doesn't handle its feet and legs quite well enough. 8's got a good look from behind as it moves around the ring, but whenever you get over the top of that one, when you evaluate that one coming and going, ultimately it's its base width that's most concerning. We round out the class with one that I think from a composition standpoint has hit midnight. I think that one's a little bit past its prime for us, but at the same time, there's a lot of good in that one. You're coming to the auction, you need one to buy. That hog's going to feed well. That hog's going to eat well. I like him. I like him from that standpoint. Big-bodied hogs have good back shape, and that's definitely the case. Just need him to be more mobile and a touch trimmer.
Your Class 8 of market hogs coming out of the ring. First and second will immediately return into the holding pen for our Division II runoff. First place, Nash Hannum. Second, Cole Taylor. Rounding out that class in third, Hazen Howling. In fourth, Holly Bitten. In fifth, Avery Martin. Sixth, Peyton McClure. Seventh, Claire Wainsgard. Eighth, Roe Rasmussen. And ninth, Daxon Egbert. We're going to take just a few minutes to get our Division II runoff set up. We want to thank our Hog Show sponsor today, Classical Strings, and remind you that tomorrow, during the Junior Livestock Auction, we will have our Weber Junior Livestock Show merchandise on sale. We have shirts and hats coming in for that, and you will be able to purchase those during the auction. If you wish to boost any of these good kids, you can go to weberjuniorlivestock.org or boost them in person on Saturday at the auction. All of our photographers' pictures will be found at diamondmountainmedia.com as she gets them uploaded. She started uploading the sheep today and expects to have the rest done by the end of the weekend or early next week. We also have a new 4-H club that was just started 2 years ago in Weber County. This is its second year in existence. And it is the 4-H Entrepreneurs Club. They have a booth outside the 4-H Indoor Exhibit Building. They had some fun things this morning with Halloween crafts and jewelry that will be back again tomorrow. This afternoon, they have Dixon and Garrison Selman with fair-style lemonades. And tonight, at about 6 o'clock, they will have Joshua and Caleb Hollingsworth selling candy, Jacob and Lucas Hollingsworth selling freeze-dried candy. The first one I was supposed to say candles. Sorry, bad handwriting, and it's mine. And we'll also have Jameson Blanco selling 3D prints tonight. So stop on over to the 4-H Entrepreneurship booth. This afternoon, it is Fair Style Lemonades, and tonight they have some very cool products. If your kids are interested in that new 4-H Entrepreneurship Club and learning how to start a business, please talk to Sharon B. at the 4-H office. Penned up in our pens now, we have our Division II Championship ready to go. Out in the ring, you can see our first place winners from each class. From Class 5, Boston Forsberg. From Class 6, Nash Ostrup. From Class 7, Macy Malone. And from Class 8, Nash Hannum. Back in the pens, we have our second place animals from each class. From Class 5, Thomas Dixon. Class 6, Wesley Johnson. Class 7, Macy Davis. And Class 8, Cole Taylor. Second place individuals, when you see the first place animal that placed above you in your class get pulled, please go out of your pen into the ring for the judge.
Really good set here to come out in our second division. Like them all. I like them all for the same reasons. I like them all for a few different reasons. Just hit them real quick. The little Sandy pig here, man, that one easily won that class and comes out here and so fresh in its top shape, fresh in its hair coat. I like that about him. Gets out and goes really, really nicely. We'd like to maybe set him down in the center of his spine just a little bit. But after that, man, that's just a good soft-footed pig that gets out and goes with a lot of comfort. Just quiet about calling that one quality. That's really, really good job by that exhibitor and his team. This one right here, man, that's rib shape, man, fore-rib, mid-rib. That's big time right there in terms of fed quality. Fresh in his top side. Get excited about that one. Gets a little wonky on the rear, too, when you compare him to a couple of them out here, and a little over in his shoulder, just a tick. Maybe not the stoutest, but, man, when we're out here and we got to reward fed quality, we got to brag about that. I like that one's freshness. Really nice job of that team and that individual. We already know what kind of showman he is. Really, really nice. The Calico Bear over there kind of glides across the ring right from his shoulder back to his tail, throws his nose in the air, takes a tremendous step, hits the ground with a lot of squareness. You get over the top of him, there's plenty of mass right there. Really, really nicely done right there by that group as well. Our last class winner, I'm glad I picked that one because he gets out here and he really looks nice in this set. He has to be out here because of his stoutness of his feature, the unique quality that he has about his skeleton. I appreciate that about him. You get over the back of him. Just because of that dimensional aspect, he's definitely cool out here, and I like him. All four get excited about some really good twos over there, especially just some really good twos, and we'll leave it at that and move on. Which one do I like best? I'm excited about all of them. Hey, a couple of times throughout the week, those stories that I'll tell and that what will I share with those people when I go back to Texas Well, one thing I have to share is about the quality of the hogs so far today, and so keep them coming. I'm looking forward to the second group, the second half of the show. Really nice. My favorite one right out here comes with a good stick, and a big-time animal right here is going to be our champion for this division. Congratulations.
Your division champion and returning for the Grand Champion Drive, Macy Malone. Your Division II Reserve Champion and returning for the Grand Champion Drive, Macy Davis. Up next is Class 9 of Market Hogs. This is our first class in Division 3. 2 more divisions to go, and then our Grand Champion Drive. Following that Grand Drive, of course, will be the announcement of our Carcass contest. In the ring right now is Class 9. These hogs weigh in at 270 to 274 pounds. Our exhibitors in the ring are Brooks Fife, Hallie Holly, Avery Sanders, McKiley Rouser, Owen Ostrup, Allie Balding, Aria McCormick, Boston Thompson, and Jax Hannon. This is your Class 9 of Market Hogs. We want to thank some of our ring sponsors today: Anderson Livestock Auction, Challenger Pallets, Northrop Grumman, Halling Concrete, Oral X, Diamond K Animal Health, Nilsson Homes, Rachel Bitten Real Estate, Les Schwab Tires, Camping World, Burton Lumber, Geneva Rock, Best Western High Country Inn. In the ring right now is your Class 9 of Market Hogs, 270 to 274 pounds.
really good class here. Congratulations to this group of exhibitors. Young man comes out here. I don't think he left Showmanship the way he wanted to earlier, but he comes out here and he does a really good job of driving that hog. Man, I love that one's feet and legs. Check out that stride that one takes. I mean, here we go. We're going for a walk. I like that one as it gets out and goes and travels, the flex and bend that it has. I like the youthfulness of that one's chin and face. I like whenever I get over the top of them, it's grooved up from end to end. Could I fill that one up just a little bit more? Could I have kind of pushed that one in a little bit more belly into that one? I think so. But, man, when you talk about feet, legs, stoutness of feature, muscularity, boy, all of that checks the box. I like that pig a bunch. Good job. Good job. Nicely done. This one right here is kind of on the other side of that. Could I have trimmed that one up just a little bit in its lower portion through its face and into its lower third? Maybe just a touch. That would give it a little bit more shape. I like this one, the way it strides. I think this one's carrying so much weight that its toes are starting to kind of break down. We're rolling on our hocks just a little bit, but that's a good hog that drives uphill, that's got a good productive middle, that's got a high-quality showman on it right there. That's a good pair right there between those two exhibitors and a good pair of hogs. Join me and give those two guys a big round of applause. That's exciting right there. We leave these two out here in the mix just because they're good hogs. This one makes it just because it can go, right? It can just get out and go and then has just enough fresh back shape to stay out here and compete. I like that. Has a better trip into the ring than we did in Showmanship, and I like that about the young lady. Got it back there, got it hydrated, brought it back out here. Nicely done. The bear looks good. It looks really good. I love the way that one moves around the ring. Athleticism and build goes a long way. This one gets a little steeper in his hip. His loin ham juncture and into his tail is really short right there. He's a little bit flatter footed, but he's got a good fresh back in him. I like him. I like the way you've improved as well today. I just wish that guy was a little bit longer hipped and a little bit better in his step, and I'd move him up because he's got plenty of back shape. Congratulations. The young lady comes out in fifth. She's a competitor, no doubt about it. I've seen her more than once this week. I like what she does. This pig just needs to be a little softer. Some of them were getting too far. This one needs a little bit more. He's a little harsh down his top line. You can see those pieces still look pretty ripped up, but he's a really nice hog, big in his chest. That gilt looks really nice, level in his top line design. She does a really nice job showing him. Good pair right there. The one that comes next, I think, is the other extreme of that. Maybe carrying just a little bit too much for this judge. That causes us to be narrower at the ground than we are up high, and like to trim that one up just a little bit. Love the body depth of that one. Just like to trim that one up. Number 7 comes out. We got to change out the design of the next 2 or 3 hogs here. The next 2, level them out just a little bit, open them up at the ground, and give them a little more top shape. 7 and 8 are very similar. Bring 8 out for us. We'll take a look. 8's the same. You can see as 7 and 8 go, their stride. 7 wants to wobble outside of himself. 8 gets a little more upright and a little more rigid. We bring the last young lady out. Let's just talk about her real quick. She does a really nice job, determined. These are big hogs. It's easy to be intimidated out here. She gets out here and hustles, and we appreciate her effort. We got to make that hog wider based as we compare him to the other ones this afternoon. Nicely done by her, getting one full. I appreciate that. Good job, exhibitor. Thank you.
Your Class 9 Market Hogs heading out of the ring. First and second place will return for our Division III championship. In first place, Jax Hannum. In second place, Owen Ostrup. Third, Mikhaili Rouser. Fourth, Allie Balding. Fifth, Hallie Holly. Sixth, Avery Sanders. Seventh, Boston Thompson. Eighth, Brooks Fife. Ninth, Aria McCormick. That was your Class 9 of Market Hogs heading out of the ring. In next is your Class 10 of Market Hogs. This is our second class in Division III. These hogs weigh in at 275 to 278 pounds. Only a 3-pound spread between the hogs in this class. The exhibitors in this class are Judd Hadlock, Easton Forsberg, Kensley Cummings, Canyon Chug, Cheyenne Hadlock, Kate Marriott, Olivia Patillo, Royce McMullen, Hallie Peterson, Kelty Oliver, Zoe Webb, and Hazel Wainsgard. We want to thank Classical Strings for sponsoring our hog show today, and Circle V Meats for sponsoring the cut and wrap on our grand champion. We want to thank a few more of our sponsors: Corner Fix, Champion Meat, Josh and Sherry Abelman, Golden West Credit Union, Smith and Edwards, OMS of Utah, Scott Breeding Painting, Thurgood Excavating, Wheeler Machinery, Opikins Boar Goats, Blossom Flower Farm, and General RV. In the ring right now is your Class 10 of Market Hogs, 275 to 278 pounds.
Nice group here. These three individuals, if you're watching ringside, I kind of told them, just drift over here. We knew these three are going to be in contention. They just hit you at the gate, and we remember them from Showmanship. There's too much top shape. There's too much good in their feet and legs not to know that they're going to sort their way to the top for my type. Boy, this one right over here, that's an athlete. Love the step that one takes. Love the angles that one presents. Then we get over the top of them, and the blade dimension and the fresh shape that it has and the smoothness from its loin into its ham right there going away. The step that it takes, the hock to the hoof, and then the mass that it carries. All that with a cool chin and a cool underline right there. Man, that gilt looks nice. Really, really nice. That's a complete hog. Balances up, athletic, correct in its design. All those things that come with high quality. That one's got it. I like that one a bunch. Congratulations. Right here, it gets close between 2 and 3. It's a really go back and forth. This one's bigger back. This one's bigger footed. This one's more appropriate in its hock design compared to our third place. That's why I like it second. Nicely done by that exhibitor. Boy, this one's rib cage. We filled that one up really, really nicely. It's fresh, but that one's frailer and that one's narrower than the one that preceded it in class. That's why it's third, but it's so good. I call that one of the better third place animals that we've had today. I like that one a bunch. Congratulations on feeding a really good hog. Nicely done by that trio. Really superstar to start the class. Congratulations. The one in fourth right here, come on out. If you guys would line up as I come down the line, we'll pull you out. The one in fourth just kind of defaults into fourth. There's a big-bodied one that gets out and goes just well enough, has just enough groove, needs to be squarer at the ground, needs to be more elegant about its front end, needs to be stouter about its skull. All that would go into a little more unique package, but I like that one. Just a good body, good back, fresh-made hog that's appropriate in its composition comes next. Congratulations to you. The red hog right here. You know, fundamentally, there's a lot of good things about that one. That one gets out and goes well enough. That one's got some good back shape. You get over the top of that one, you find some composition that you like. Again, like the red hogs, we tend to be a little bit flatter bladed, a little bit higher in our spine. But after that, that one gets really fresh down his back. Wish he was more rugged, wish he was stouter. But I like his mobility and I like the muscle that he does present. Young lady brings out a nice 1 in 6. Congratulations to her on being a good exhibitor today. That hog's got a good fresh back, but he's narrower and more restricted than those. He gets a little more tucked in, a little narrower about his pin set than the ones that were ahead of him. Come on out with 7. Y'all step around to the front and get ready to grab your latches as we work through here. Big-bodied one, right? Big back, big bladed. Gets out, takes a long step with its front, but you see its 4 toes are hitting the ground there on the front. Gets a little bit more downhill. Starting to carry just at the extreme amount of condition to be acceptable, and that's where I'd like to trim that guy up the most. Young man brings one that has passed that line. That starts to affect his mobility. That hog's got a big back. That hog's got a lot of meat to him, but I got a little bit too much cover on us to call that one acceptable today. Sort him up a little bit higher if he's just a touch trimmer. We start to narrow right here in 9. We get a little narrower and flatter about the pig's body shape and want to narrow into our pins, a little more restricted. It's going to be a similar story right here in 10, but at a more extreme, wants to come way in at the ground compared to the ones ahead of them. But still, whenever you get full in the middle, get full in the rear third, that means that guy's doing a good job feeding them. 11 comes out. He's carrying some condition. He's got a big back, but it starts to affect how he goes about his business there. That hog kind of stressed on us as he came out here. Very restricted in how he gets around. A narrower gauged one that rounds out the class with still a lot of good body shape. I like that pig from a tall, statuesque kind of point of view. Just wish he was stouter and more rugged. She did a good job with him. Let's give them a round of applause. Really like that class. A superstar there to start it. Nicely done.
Our Class 10 of Market Hogs coming out of the ring. First and second returning for the division championship. In first place, Hallie Peterson. In second, Canyon Chug. Third, Kensley Cummings. Fourth, Cheyenne Hadlock. Fifth, Kelty Oliver. 6th, Zoe Webb. 7th, Hazel Wainsgard. 8th, Judd Hadlock. 9th, Kate Marriott. 10th, Royce McMullen. 11th, Easton Forsberg. 12th, Olivia Patillo. In the ring next is your Class 11 of Market Hogs. Class 11 weighs in from 279 to 282 pounds. Exhibitors in the ring are Talia Flowers, Braden Criddle, Ava Leff, Ridge Robinson, Malin Hales, Clayton Balding, Cadence Smith, Emery McCormick, and Adeline Stalker. If you have a child or possibly yourself who lost some cash out of their pocket and can come identify it for us, no, saying it's green is not going to work. But if you can come talk to us, we can possibly get that back to its owner. In the ring right now is your Class 11 Market Hogs. We've also now have a report of other cash missing, so if you happen to find more cash, we have a name of someone who's looking.
All right, young man, let's bring that class winner right out here. Bring the bear to the center of the ring, best you can. Hey, check out the top side of that there. He's as fresh as you can feed one. I love the top shape in that guy. Does he get out and go? No, I don't think our top three right here, can we really brag about them on their feet and legs? But I do like it's set to his hock. I do like the stability that he offers at the ground. And I love that one's fresh shape. I love that one's rib shape. And he still stays trim. We get more body in some of these hogs over here, but then we get too much cover on them. I like that one to be fresh and moves just good enough for us as he goes around the ring. The next best one is right here in 2. The young lady that's right in front of the gate. I wish that guy would drop in his flank just a little bit, soften up, and use that rear leg. You can see he's got a little bit of swelling right there in those hocks. Not quite as comfortable, but he's got a big O end to him, and I like that. Young lady right here in 3rd. That hog's the most restricted on his rear 2 of our top trio, and I think that's why he sorts to 3rd. You look at him and examine him down the top line. He's the stallest of the 3, but at the same time, he's still got a bunch of that good meat in him. Nice job, nice sort right there in 1, 2, and 3. Like that class winner, like the freshness of his top. 4 right here. 4 wins or sorts its way into 4th, not because of muscle. We have to compromise and find one in the top end of this group that can get out and go. Once he gets off the fence, we like that hog's feet and legs, like the stride that he takes, like the angle to his body there. The kind of the black floppy-eared pig right there. He's got some top shape to him as well. He's kind of grooved up. He's just not intentionally massive because of the way that he is from a genetic standpoint, but I like him enough to put him into the 4 hole today. The 5 pig is one that's kind of got an off color. He gets out and gets off the fence and quits fighting the young lady. She uses that whip the right way. He just doesn't respond the way she'd like him to. He doesn't have enough description down his top line. Got to groove him up just a little bit. The one that comes next, another one that gave the young lady a really hard time on the rail over there, screaming the whole time. Hopefully he'll get back to he'll probably just walk straight back to the pen. He's less coordinated, right? He's a little more restricted as he moves those feet, not sure where they want to land, not really the athlete in the group, kind of stressing on us as he goes. The one that comes next is one that we just got to change from a composition standpoint. That pig starts to push a whole lot of extras into his lower 1/3 of his body, through his jowl and into his midsection there. We got to trim him up and elevate him just a touch. The one that comes next is one that we got to change his base width. We got to level him out just a little bit and give him a more expressive top side. We round out the class with a good exhibitor. Young man, bring him on out. Hope you've had a lot of fun with the pig. Proud to have been a part of this show with you. Little floppy-eared pig here. Gets a little narrower at the knee, a little narrower to his chest. He starts to get a little hip shape to him, but just doesn't have the overall mass that we have in the previous hogs. Good class, like the freshness of our class winner. Some good pieces and parts in some of those other pigs. Let's give those kids a big round of applause. That's a challenging group to get shown there. They did a lot of hard work.
Your Class 11 of Market Hogs coming out of the ring, 1st and 2nd, returning for the championship drive. In 1st place, Clayton Balding. In 2nd, Ava Leff. 3rd, Cadence Smith. 4th, Adeline Stalker. 5th, Malin Hales. 6th, Emery McCormick. 7th, Talia Fowers. 8th, Ridge Robinson. 9th, Braden Criddle. That's your Class 11 walking out of the ring. Coming in the ring next is your Class 12 of Market Hogs. These hogs weigh in at 285 to 287 pounds. Exhibitors in this class are Kyle Oakey, Bennett Leff, Emma LaRolle, Gabriella Flint, Braden White, Johnny Johnson, Mikkel Bell, Chase Martin, Cambry Martin, Easton Howard, and Shay McClure. This is your Class 12 of Market Hogs, our final class before our Division III runoff.
Nice job here. The young lady does a good job of keeping this hog together as he moves around the ring. I like him in terms of his angles. I'd like to set him down just a little bit right there in the center of his spine. Maybe push his hock in just a little bit, but I think he's the freshest one down his top. Is he carrying just a touch more? Well, when we get into these heavier weights and these lighter frames, we're going to find a little bit more cover than maybe we had in our earlier classes. I like him to be a good balanced one right there and win this class. I wish this one right here would kind of soften up right through his rear flank, maybe freshen up down his top just a touch, kind of groove up just a little bit more, and then I'd find him into that top hole. Really, really nice pig right there in 2. The 1 and 3 making all the noise out here. Young man sticks with it as he works around the ring. Relax him in his top just a little bit. We'd like him even more. He's getting more and more tied up as he goes out here. But that's a good fresh hog, a lot of muscle in him. The one that comes next is one that's got a lot in his lower third, but can get out and go pretty good. Gets a little stout, a little stiff with that rear leg as he walks by you. You can kind of see that. Not quite as agile, not quite as flexible, but still got some pretty good angles. The hog that was on the fence for a little while in 5th there, come on out with him. I like the good fresh back shape in that one. Wish he would get out and go with just a little bit more comfort, not necessarily from a showmanship standpoint, just in how he's built and designed. The one that comes next into 6, we're going to work our way down the line, guys. If y'all step to the front of the pen for us, as we work our way in 6, we want to level that one out just a little bit. We like him at the ground, but he starts to close into his forerib. 7, come on out. That's a big back pig that just needs to be grooved up with a little bit different feature, a little bit different shape. The 1 in 8 is one that's got to be leveled out just a little bit, opened up at the ground for as big as he is and full as he is. The 9 pig just can't quite move around quite good enough. He does have a big back. I just wish it was a little more descriptive. You can see he narrows into the ground there just a little bit. 10 can get out and go really nicely. He's got to have more of him. 10th place pig there wants to kind of narrow to the ground compared to those that preceded him in class. 11 is a pig that just has trouble kind of getting out and going. He's kind of arched in his top, not quite as comfortable. His ears sit pretty close to his blades there, like to change his angles, but he's got a big body, and we're going to be consistent about talking about the positive of that as we work our way into these heavyweights. I appreciate the fact they've been fed so well.
Your Class 12 of Market Hogs coming out of the ring. First and second place returning for the Division III runoff. In first place, Cambry Martin. In second, Emma LaRolle. Third, Chase Martin. Fourth, Shay McClure. Fifth, Johnny Johnson. Sixth, Bennett Leff. Seventh, Easton Howard. Eighth, Braden White. Ninth, Gabriella Flint. 10th, Kyle Oakey. And 11th, Mikkel Bell. We're setting up our Division III runoff now. We're bringing our second place animals in to pen up in the back. From Class 9, Owen Ostrup. From Class 10, Canyon Chug. From Class 11, Ava Leff. And from Class 12, Emma LaRolle. We want to thank some of our sponsors today: Higley Excavating and Trucking, Atkinson Sound, Cal Ranch, MSCI Builds, Diggin' It Excavating, Erica Higley Real Estate, Yardmasters, Marriott Construction, Mike Schultz, Hydro Jug, Haney and Company Accounting, QBM Services, Little Mountain Ranch Supply, and Heritage Craft Homes. Our Hog Show sponsor today is Classical Strings. And the Grand Champion Cut and Wrap was sponsored by Circle V Meats. We also want to remind everyone that tomorrow at 9 a.m. is our junior livestock auction. You can come purchase any of these good animals or boost any of our exhibitors. We will also have our Weber Junior Livestock Association merchandise for sale during the auction. The shirts are supposed to come in tonight to replace what was sold out earlier in the week, And we should have shirts and hats available tomorrow during the auction. Also, immediately following the Grand Champion Drive will be our Carcass contest announcement. Thank you to Bridgerland Applied Technology College Meats Cutting Program for sponsoring that award. In the ring now is your Division III Championship Runoff. We just brought our first place animals in. From Class 9, Jax Hannum. From Class 10, Hallie Peterson. From Class 11, Clayton Balding. And from Class 12, Cambry Martin.
All right, a really good group. We're going to jump right into it. These hogs, we've lit the fuse on them. We're going to get tired, and at least 2 of them get to come back later this afternoon. So let's don't push them any further than we have to. Hey, we get out here. We've got a really nice, fresh-backed one right here that came out of 11, I believe was the number. Boy, I love the grooved-up shape that he has. When he decides to go and we get in tune with him, I like the way that he steps. I thought that he was the one that handled his rear leg most appropriately in the top third of that class. I like that pig from a fed standpoint. Our heavyweight from this particular division right here gets out, and he makes sure we know where he's at all times with all the racket that he makes. But that's a good hog. That's a good hog that's got carrying quite a bit of productive body shape. Still stays trim enough through his face. I think we're carrying a little more than the rest of them in terms of condition, but I think you expect that the bigger you get. But really nice. And then we've got the first class winner over there that's got a tall shoulder and a big back and a rugged feature about him. I love that one's, again, we bragged about him. Hey, if you want to take a picture of a stout skull and a good skeleton, that's the one, tall-shouldered. I thought that gilt could just maybe have a little more softness, a little more center. Maybe not as much as a few of them that stand out here, but maybe just a touch more to meet my ideal. But I still like that hog. I said it earlier, and I don't want to be misspoke or misquoted, but I said I'm glad I picked that one because there was a decision that I was going back and forth because I like that one a bunch as it stands out here. And then we have one that maybe as we compare them to the rest comes closer to meeting the ideal for me, just in terms of feet and legs, chest, floor, top shape, all those things that come into a good design. And then we put the muscle on it and call it as fresh as that one, as rugged in some places as this one. We have all those things come together, and that's going to be your division winner this afternoon. Congratulations. We bring our second in from that group. Remember, there was a top 3 in that class that we worked pretty hard. This one kind of got to that point by being more rugged, stouter featured, bigger back, bigger in all those places. That's a good hog as it gets out here and drives. Very competitive for this particular lineup. I think the one for me that's most unique comes right over here. This young man will be our reserve for this division. Congratulations.
Your Division 3 winners. Moving on to the Grand Champion round, Hallie Peterson and Jax Hannum. We're going to take just a minute to get reset up back in the alley and out here and be ready to go into our fourth and final division in just a few minutes. We want to go ahead and thank some of our superintendents today. Out in the ring, of course, we have Josh and Jamie Jakes, our Hog Show superintendents. Let's give them a big round of applause for sticking with the hogs this late. Our Weber Junior Livestock Association president has been with us today, Craig Jensen. Our junior livestock superintendents, Brian and Terry Douglas. They're somewhere behind me. Usually Terry's on the table and Brian's off fixing some problem. Oh, he's behind me. He doesn't get a break very often, so this is a special treat. So thanks for Brian and Terry for everything they do for us, because they fix a lot of problems. They run all week long. They keep all the paperwork straight. Our coordinators, Candace Kiesel and Chad Gibson. Our IT department, which is just Lex McCormick. He's our whole department because he's that good. Our marketing director, Kelly Hales. If you want to talk sponsorships or merchandising, Kelly is the lady of the day. Go see her. So we have an awful lot of people that put this show on for our kids, and we really appreciate all they do. We also need to thank our Weber County FFA advisors. They're the ones running the live stream, and they're the ones lining and calling all the kids up at the barn. So can I get a round of applause for the Weber County FFA advisors that are running that live stream and getting our kids here on time? We sure appreciate them for everything they do. Our photographer is Hadley Owens. You can get the pictures from today at diamondmountainmedia.com. She is uploading sheep today, and she is hoping to have everybody uploaded sometime by the end of the week, weekend, or beginning of next week. So be looking for those. She literally sits down during the breaks. If you ever notice, she's always on the ground with a camera, and then during the breaks, she sits on the side on a computer. She is sitting there editing pictures in real time and getting them up as fast as she can. So we want to thank her for the amazing work she does for us and our kids. And we want to thank our sponsors for making those downloads available to all of us for free. We also need to remind our Carcass class winners that they are expected in here right after the Grand Champion Drive. So Carcass class winners, Hallie Holly, Caitlin Worley, Evelyn Parker, Brooklyn Graham, Tessa Walker, and William Parker. If you know them, shoot them a text, give them a call, tell their parents we need them here immediately following the Grand Champion Drive so that we can give them their money so that they can go have fun at the fair because they won the Carcass contest. No comment. In the ring next, we have Class 13. This is our first class in our final heavyweight division today. We have 3 classes in our heavyweight division, followed by our Division 4 Runoff and our Grand Champion Drive. Out in the ring right now, we have hogs weighing 288 to 292 pounds. Our exhibitors are Pax Chug, Henry Hale, Adeline Taylor, Summer Pfeiffer, Hadley Barker, Wyatt Rasmussen, Emily Jenkins, Lisa Penman, and Morgan Howard.
Well, we got a mixed up group out here. Colors are different, types and are different as we sort through them. I think this is the fresher backed one. From his blades out into his hip, that one grooves up nicely. Got the most turn to his center of his body. He's the most appropriate in terms of his condition on either side of it. I like him the best. Am I in love with the way he gets out and goes, or the way that we evaluate his top line? No, but I think when we just evaluate his carcass merit and the fact that he's functional enough on his feet and legs, that's a good one, a logical place to start for me. The one that's most like him in terms of muscle, power, and those carcass-driven traits is right here in second. There's a time where this hog, for certain judges, would flip-flop that pair just in the productiveness of his body and the composition of him entirely. For me, I like the higher cutability type right there in our class winner, a little fresher type. But I do appreciate this pig just about in so many places, except for that I have to talk over him each time that I have to, as he moves around the ring. But he's a good one. I like his angles. I like the way that he handles his foot and leg. Good enough, but I love the productiveness of his body and the bigness of his back right there. Really nice. The black hog gets out and goes, right? He can move around with quite a bit of ease, really comfortable. I think there's a lot in that carcass right there. I think there's a lot of positives. He's just not as stout. He's not as rugged. He is square-made at every point. He's good in his angles. He's great in his angles. He's long-bodied. For today, I'd like to kind of pull him together. Maybe, I don't say this often, but I hear it more than I say it. Maybe he's a rib touch too long. I mean, we'd like to shorten him just a little bit and make him a little more clubby and a little more modern in the way that he's put together. But that's a good built hog from just a length and a correctness and an agility standpoint. Nicely done right there in 3. The red hog's got a good back shape, got some turn to his lower leg there. I'd like to balance him up a little bit different, drop him right there in the center, move some of that chest back into the rear flank to make that gilt look a little bit more balanced. I do like the center of that one's body in terms of mass. I think over that one's blades gets a little bit angular. That chine bone sticks up a little bit, maybe a little steeper out of that one's hip. The one that comes next is not quite as fresh. Whenever I say it, as you watch that one walk, you can see those wrinkles right there through the center of that one and the rear third of that one's body right at its loin. Freshness is the concern there. That pig, as we've kind of held on it to keep it at a manageable weight, we've kind of outgrown that one's skeletal size, just starting to get a little bit wasty through that lower third. Does a good job of holding him together, does a tremendous job of driving him. Well, this young lady has made an impression on me as I've met her in the ring. We don't know each other, but just the passion that she has and the determination that she has to drive this pig is very impressive to me. As a dad and as somebody that works with young people, I can tell this means a lot to her. I like this pig from a fed quality. I wish he was better on his feet and legs. I wish he was more upright in his ears there and more laid back in his blades and make him a little more athletic in his appearance. But that's a good job by that young lady managing a really tough one. The spotted pig that comes next, that's one that's a concern. I call him spotted. He's kind of a Burke appearing pig. He gets a little round in his top, a little over in his knee there, and he's carrying just a tick more condition than I'd like to see. The red hog that comes next has got to be more expressive and more detailed and more just grooved up in his top line shape for me to like that one anymore. But he does get out and go good enough. The young lady rounds out the class with one that can get out and go. At times, he gives you a look like he might be agile enough, but other times you read him to be a little more restricted on that rear two and those front two. It's the way those dew claws are hitting the ground there, carrying a little extra. They've got to be base width different than he is. Young lady does a good job. She's got a positive attitude. The future's real bright for her. I like her as an exhibitor. Just like to change that pig just a tick to move him up any higher. Good class. A lot of noise out here. Easy to get distracted by the quality job of those exhibitors. I like them a bunch. Nice kids.
Your Class 13 of Market Hogs coming out of the ring, top 2 will return for our Division 4 championship. In first place, Pax Chug. In second place, Adeline Taylor. Third, Hadley Barker. Fourth, Henry Hale. Fifth, Lisa Penman. Sixth, Emily Jenkins. Seventh, Morgan Howard. Eighth, Wyatt Rasmussen. And ninth, Summer Pfeiffer. In the ring next is your Class 14. This is our second of three classes in Division 4. These hogs weigh in from 293 to 299 pounds. Our exhibitors in this class are Emma Smith, Brinley Taylor, Cameron Thompson, Max Whitaker, Coulter Rasmussen, Addison Shanafelt, Cardin Clem, Georgia Spencer, and Bailey Fife. This is your Class 14 of Market Hogs. We want to thank some more of our sponsors today: General RV, Higley Excavating and Trucking, Atkinson Sound, Cal Ranch, MSCI Builds, Digging It Excavating, Erica Higley Real Estate, Yardmasters, Marriott Construction, Mike Schultz, Hydro Jug, Haney and Company Accounting, QBM Services, Little Mountain Ranch Supply, and Heritage Craft Homes. In the ring right now is your Class 14 of Market Hogs, 293 to 299 pounds.
Young man brings a class winner here, big-headed, kind of dish-faced, hand-marked pig right there. He's got a big fresh back and a big stout forearm. Gets out and goes, hits the ground with the truest track and the most legitimate for me in terms of cutability. I like him the best just on ruggedness alone. And then when you add that back shape, he's your class winner. The young lady's black pig over here is carrying a little bit of body, a little bit of condition compared to him, but I do like the way he gets out and uses his front end. Starting to push and pull just a little bit more than's comfortable there on those rear two, but he stays fresh enough in his back shape to propel him into the top duo there. Nicely done by that pair. The next pig over here is one that just gets a little down-headed, but man, he's got a fresh back in him, and he's bigger at the ground and bigger through his chest than our fourth place pig. Just like to level that one out, lay him back in his shoulder, and make him more like our top two in our class where he can carry that nose with a little bit more comfort out into the air there. This pig gets a little narrower for as big featured as he is in his forearm and his over entire skeleton. He's a little bit narrower than the previous three. Consequently, when you get over the top of him, even though he's expressive, he doesn't have quite the mass that they do going away from you. He tracks to be narrower as well, but I like him from a body composition standpoint. If we could change him right there in his shoulder maybe and just lay him back ever so slightly, that move right there would be a little more comfortable for him, but a good pig right there, 1 through 4. As we talk about 5, another quality pig right here as he comes to you. He gets a little narrower, of course, more restricted, a little choppier on those rear two. All 4 feet are hitting somewhere different. There's no clear path, no clear plane about from a positive standpoint of where they're going to land. I'd like to change that about him, make him a little more of an athlete. 6, come on out. 7, get ready as we talk about you here this afternoon. 6 narrows right to the ground just a little bit, but man, as he goes away from you, when they throw their head in the air and you see that top shape that they have, you like them. That's a long-bodied gilt right there that's got some good feet on her front end, but a little more restricted on her back too. The blue hog that comes next is one that wants to narrow to the ground just a little bit, in at his knee, in at its hock, consequently can't carry quite as much. The number 8 there, the spotted-looking pig, I like a lot about that one's body type. I like the stoutness of that one's skeleton, but whenever you get over the top of that one, you'd like to see a little more ditch down the top side of that one's body, a little more grooved up shape, something that we continuously say today, but still some good pieces to that hog. Round out the class with one that kind of hits you in the heart a little bit, because that's a good fed pig with a lot of body type that says that somebody's been out to the pen every day. As this pig's got more and more restricted, they get harder and harder to feed. I told the young lady that's a good carcass hog, but not a very good show hog today. Let's give her and the rest of the class a big round of applause. Nicely done.
Your Class 14 of Market Hogs coming out of the ring. First and second, returning for our division championship. Max Whitaker in first and Emma Smith in second. Rounding out this class of hogs in third place, Georgia Smith. In fourth, Carden Clem. Fifth, Bailey Fife. Sixth, Cameron Thompson. Seventh, Coulter Rasmussen. Eighth, Addison Shanafelt. Ninth, Brinley Taylor. We're now bringing in our Class 15. This is our final class of the day. Class 15 coming in the ring. This is our heavyweight class of the day, weighing in from 300 to 316 pounds. Our exhibitors in this class are Emma Whitaker, Evelyn Parker, Ransom Gift, Isabella Lamasters, Autumn Pfeiffer, Brock Gibson, Braden Jenkins, Brinkley Fife, and Jersey Bennett. This is your Class 15 of Market Hogs, 300 to 316 pounds.
we got some big pork out here. I mean, we're carrying some pounds. We're past the 300 elevation here, and so we got to be civil. And when we start talking about their composition and even their skeletons at this particular stage, so in comparison to each other more than the ideal, this one suits me well. Is that the biggest grounded one, 300-pounder I've ever been in the ring with? Probably not, but I think it just comes together. Just all things considered, I like that one the best, fresh in its back compared to the other ones, appropriate in its body feel compared to the other ones, and gets out and goes pretty well. I think its skeleton was probably at once, whenever we were a little bit lower weight, the better one of the group with that added muscle. Nice hog right there. The kind of cool-haired one, cool-colored one with a little bit of flash and chrome and spots there. That's kind of a unique colored one. I like that aspect of them. That's a big forearm, high cutability within this group, meaning that it's leaner than the rest. It's good shouldered. It's good top. I just wish it was a little bit stouter compared to some or even the class winner. Nicely done by those two as we walk them out. Three from a carcass standpoint is really suits me. I'd like to change that one shoulder. Its blades sit in line with its knee, and we need to push those back. That would allow that hog to elevate its head just a little bit. But ultimately, if I could trim some of that jowl out, then I would call that my carcass favorite. And then I'd be willing to compromise just a little bit, maybe flip him up a spot or two and be at the top if I was just built just a little bit better. This 4 is tightening up, stressing out just a little bit. This hog has kind of been that way throughout the day. She does a good job managing that best she can. That's a good bodied pig with some back shape that stays fresh at that particular composition. I think there's a lot of good meat in that pig. Way to stick with it. Young lady in 5th is coming out with another quality one. That's a higher cutability, leaner type that gives up a little bit of mass. That pig gets a little bit more nondescript down its top line compared to our top ones in the class today. I'd like to push that chine bone down, pull those blades up, give that one more of a butterfly appearance down the top side of its body, because I think that's a good foot and leg. I think that one's got a good set to its hock. I think there's a lot of good in that one's skeleton. Just need a little bit more hog. The young man in 6, if we'll come out, that hog spent a lot of time on the fence today. He took a lot of swings. We might have to take him for get his elbow checked out and get his shoulder, make sure he can still pitch next week. But at the same time, that hog's got a big body to him and a big back, and he's ready and he's done. So off they go. 7 is a nice pair as well, and I'd like to just change that pig from a mobility standpoint and open him up at the ground. 8, if we come on out, 8 spent a lot of time in the corner as well. But whenever you get in over the top of that pig, he's bigger in his back shape than he is at his knee. That concerns me from a maturity standpoint. You put him in motion, you can see that he struggles just a touch. I think this exhibitor has had a good week. He's learned a lot. He's been in the ring a few times, and I know that his future is real bright. The last one comes out is one that's just a little bit narrower than the rest, a little bit more empty than the rest, and I like to change that at this higher weight, bigger weight. It's all that extra frame that doesn't come with a lot of extra yield that concerns me about that pig, but the young lady's doing a good job with them. Nice class, good way to round out the heavyweights.
Your Class 15 of Market Hogs coming out of the ring. First and second, returning to the Division 4 Championship. In first place, Jersey Bennett. In second, Isabella LeMasters. Third place, Brinkley Fife. Fourth, Emma Whitaker. Fifth, Autumn Pfeiffer. Sixth, Ransom Gift. Seventh, Brock Gibson. Eighth, Braden Jenkins. Ninth, Evelyn Parker. If you'll give us just a few seconds, we'll go ahead and get set up for our Division 4 Championship. Okay, as we get these hogs in the ring for our Division 4 championship, Meg, I have a question for you. What do you call a hog that does karate?
I don't know.
Are you sure? Meg, it's a pork chop. Okay, in the ring right now we have our second place animals penned up in the back. From Class 13, Adeline Taylor. From Class 14, Emma Smith. And from Class 15, Isabella LeMasters. Our first place hogs are also in the ring now. From Class 13, Pax Chug. From Class 14, Max Whitaker. And from Class 15, Jersey Bennett. Our second place hogs that are in the jugs, remember that as soon as the individual that placed first in your class is called out, you need to come out of your pen.
Really good heavyweight division here as we get to the end of the day. I appreciate everybody sticking with us. We got 2 good decisions, really 4 decisions more to make. And as we get out here in our heavyweights, we're a little bit more forgiving about feet and legs. We're a little more forgiving about how their composition at this particular weight. Maybe as we talk about each one of them, the young man that drives the hog right here, that's a good skeleton, a stout mug right there in terms of his head and his face there. A little pushed in his nose as far as just bragging about it and being ready to be a cover model there. But at the same time, I love that one's back shape. He gets a little bit wrinkled right there through his loin. I think he's tremendously square made at so many points, and I like that about him a bunch. A complete one here that comes out of our last group in terms of just composition and good angles and gets out and goes good enough. And then over here out of our other one, that's a fresh-backed one that gets a little high in its spine, maybe a little over at its shoulder, but still handles itself very well. You got to appreciate that one's rib cage, fore-rib, mid-rib, and back shape. Pretty impressive out here as we get ready to make that decision. Which one suits me to the best? Well, if I decide to go a little bit more on skeleton, then I make one pick. If I decide to go a little bit more on which one has the fresher back, maybe I'll go another way. So I got to find that one that has those combinations and those compromises for me. I'm going to go over here and shake the hand of this young man. That'll be our division champion today. Congratulations. Young lady has a really good black hog that comes out and competes for the reserve of this division. That guy's taken a lot of steps today through showmanship and into class and now comes back out. He presents a nice picture of a good driving bearer there. Is he the stoutest one in this group? No, I don't think so. Is he the biggest backed one? No, he doesn't fit that bill either. But is he really good? Yeah, and deserves to be out here and considered? I think so. My favorite one comes with the freshness right here. This will be our reserve division. Congratulations. Good job. Good job.
Your Division 4 champion, moving on to the Grand Champion round, Max Whitaker. Your Division 4 reserve champion, Pax Chug. We're setting up for our Grand Champion Drive. Let's give all these kids here and in the holding arena a big round of applause for making it into the drive. We're going to go ahead and get all of our second place animals penned out in the arena, and then we'll bring our first place animals in. Again, just as happened in your division championship, when the hog that beat you in the division gets pulled, you need to come out of your pen. We'll try our best to help you, but keep your eye on the kid that was in your division with you. We also want to remind our Carcass class winners that as soon as we get these hogs out of the holding area, we'd like to ask you to come down to the holding area. We need William Parker, Hallie Holly, Brooklyn Graham, Tessa Walker, Evelyn Parker, and Caitlin Worley to come down immediately following the grand drive to the holding area for the Carcass contest. We want to thank our Hog Show sponsor today, Classical Strings, and our Carcass contest winner, Bridgerland Technical College. We appreciate our photographer, Hadley Owens, for being with us all week. You can download the pictures from Diamond Mountain Media as soon as they get uploaded. Keep watching for them. They'll be uploaded sometime within the week. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., we have our junior livestock auction. Please join us. You can buy all these good hogs. We'd love to see you there. In the ring right now, we have our first place division winners, Willow Mork, Macy Malone, Hallie Peterson, and Max Whitaker. Lined up in the pens, waiting for their turn to come out, Tessa Walker, Macy Davis, Jax Hannum, and Pax Chug. This is your Grand Champion Hog Drive.
Just a really cool day to be a part of be a part of your hog show with your kids, your exhibitors, your families. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. The last few days have been pretty special for me to spend time with a great community, with great kids, great volunteers, just all around great experience for me. Thanks for allowing a Texas guy to come out here and spend time and just be impressed with the quality of people that you have and the quality of livestock that you've raised. So I appreciate it. As I start to talk, I've never said this on the mic, and this isn't really an important thing to quote me on or anything, but I remember one of my mentors said to me years ago, make sure you've made your decision before you start talking on the microphone. And as I started talking on the microphone, I was like, I hadn't made my decision. And I haven't thought of that. No one's reminded me of that in probably 25 years. But as I stand out here, it's something that just, I talk freely. I don't pre-plan what I'm going to say. So I'm saying that, one, I'm grateful for the opportunity. Two, it's a lot of fun for me to come out here and be a part of this. Why? Because the hard work of these kids is just tremendous. the value that we place and the purpose that we put into lifting them up through these livestock projects is something that I've spent my life, invested my life into, and I'm glad to see people doing it at the same level of passion. And so thank you for that. Let's give everybody a big round of applause. We're lifting these kids up through their livestock project. We're preparing them for what comes next through their livestock. And so work wins. It's the work that we put into, the investment that we make into each one of them. I've said it in each show, if we'll continue to invest in them in school, we'll continue to spend time in the barn, and we'll continue to emphasize the value of their faith, then the good things will continue to happen for them. And all those challenges, all those obstacles, all those come into our life, we'll continue to overcome because of these investments. Thank you for the chance to be a part of this. Now let's talk about pigs real quick. We've got 4 nice class winners, and we're just going to hit them as we see them. This one driving in front of me, fresh back, good-footed, sound-made, very, very well presented in terms of showmanship and hair and skin. Like that one a bunch. Easy to call that one a division winner. Nicely done. The one driving in front of us right now, boy, goes with some authority across the ring. Just smooth from piece to piece. The way the joints work, the way that it reaches and grabs and pushes and pulls on each end of its skeleton, very, very comfortable because of the way that it's made. Go to geometry right there and talk angles. Go to geometry and talk shapes. That one's got a lot of specialness to it. I like that one a bunch. Our last class winner, our last division winner, big bladed, big square at the ground, gets out and goes good enough. Very, very complimentary of a heavyweight winner right there. The calico over there, boy, that one glides across the ring very, very nicely. Very, very big-chested, very big-featured, very rhino-like as it gets out here, and we compare it to all the other ones that we've seen today. Very rugged, very impressive. Is it just the truest down its back in terms of freshness? I think it's close. I think it's close right there. We got out here, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I've got 2 hogs that are driving that I love a bunch. I've got 4 hogs over here that I like a bunch. I got 2 others over here that I like a bunch. Which ones have I gotten most excited about today, and which ones have continued to be in my mind about which one's going to be champion and which one's going to be reserved? Man, it's a close decision. I'm going to give them one more look. If you'll help us with the moment by giving us a big round of applause as I say thank you one more time to the kids, to the families, to the community. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Y'all got a great thing going up here, and I'm just happy that I was a part of it. Man, what a pig show. Man, what a week of county fair for your livestock exhibitors. What a great week. Good luck with the auction tomorrow, and let's go pick a champion and a reserve right now.
Your grand champion, Market Hog, brought to you from Hallie Peterson. Your reserve champion, Market Hog, exhibitor is Macy Malone. Your third place overall hog from Macy Davis. Fourth overall, Willow Mork. Fifth overall, Tessa Walker. Sixth overall, Jax Hannum. Seventh today was Max Whitaker, and your eighth place star class hog from Paxton Chug. Congratulations to all of our star class hogs that made it back for the championship drive. Your grand champion hog brought to you by Hallie Peterson. And your reserve champion hog exhibitor is Macy Malone. We're going to take just a few minutes to set up and do some pictures, and then we will do the announcement of the Carcass contest. I need my Carcass contest winners to come down to the holding area. Evelyn Parker, Tessa Walker, Hallie Holly, Caitlin Worley, William Parker, and Brooklyn Graham. Please come to the holding area for the announcement of the Carcass contest. Okay, Carcass kids. Remember I said I was going to say this. It's time to walk out in the arena. Okay, pigs win. Because every other group of showmen that I've said walk out into the arena has stood at the gate. And these guys figured it out. Best group of the week. Walked out all on their own. Okay, so these are our winners of the Carcass contest. Like I've explained all week, the Carcass contest doesn't necessarily have a ton to do with how your animal does in the show. Because maybe your animal isn't fluffed right or is having a bad day or isn't walking right or is fighting you. But the Carcass contest looks at an ultrasound and it looks at the loin-eye area and it looks at the back fat and it does a calculation. It says, these are the eaten pigs. So if you want an eaten pig, look at these kids' faces. Wave everybody, not you guys. You guys wave at them. Okay, these are the kids that you want bacon and pork chops from the auction. Okay, so you also win some good stuff. It means you fed your pig right, your pig grew the way it was supposed to, you did a good job. These are good eaten pigs. Okay, William Parker, will you come up to Jamie? Jamie has your prize. This is William Parker. He won 6th place in our Carcass contest and is taking home a $25 cash prize. Okay, Brooklyn Graham. You took 5th place in the Carcass contest and are taking home a $40 cash prize. Hallie Holly, come on up. You are taking home a $55 cash prize for 4th place. Caitlin Worley took 3rd in our Carcass contest and is taking home a $70 cash prize. Evelyn Parker, you are taking home $85 in cash tonight. And Tessa Walker, come on down. Tessa Walker won our Carcass contest and is taking home a $100 cash prize and won a buckle. So if you're looking for a good eaten pig, hit these kids up. They've got some good stuff for you. If you guys will line up in number order, let's see if they can do this faster than the goat kids. Oh, I think they did. I think they got it the fastest as well. Okay, we're going to take a quick picture. Thank you for coming. We appreciate the show. We hope to see you all at 9 a.m. tomorrow for our junior livestock auction.